We'll do it live. Hello. It's stream 232. Hey there, Rally Monkey. Hey there, Nui. Today is going to be a fun, relaxing bug fixing day. Bug fixing. And just had an idea right before the stream. I'll put little check marks here so that when I get things done, I can mark them off. Alright, so I just went through my GitHub basically and pulled up basically I just copied in every single bug from the very latest entered all the way back until I figured that I had enough. So it was very easy to set up the plan. So these are all bugs that mostly in fact, these might all be the ones that I entered, but viewers are encouraged to send bug reports and feature requests and other feedback to this GitHub. It's only 10 a.m. where you live and you're already spilled coffee all over yourself? Well, I'm sorry. Don't get burned. Well, maybe it's too late for that. Sorry. Yeah, anyway. The issues you can report either in the GitHub or also in my game. So the game's link is here. And it looks like this. We worked yesterday on adding this section to the sewers, and we have some very aggressive mobs here. In fact, Killer is just a test mob, but these other guys will actually aggro on you if you get close enough, and especially these guys, very deadly. So I do have some problems where they migrate out and will annihilate new players that show up here. So I'll have to work on that later. So the game, in-game reporting, you can do through, if you log into the game, there's this ticket, so you can open a new ticket and describe a bug or a suggestion, or you can ask for help, that kind of thing. And that's just for your convenience. Ultimately, I track the bugs in this GitHub right over here. So I'm working on the... I think it makes sense to work on them, the most recent first, because a lot of them I can quickly get through, and I'll skip some if they end up being too challenging. Come back later at some point when I have a strategy to attack the more difficult bugs. Yeah, just don't drink coffee, forehead. Alright, so this first bug. First on the menu today, tile set rendering issues when the game servers restart. So let me demonstrate this problem in local test environment. I'll take a snapshot of the game, and I will go and basically stop the game and start it again. And you see that it shows up in red the links to each server, and when the server comes back online, it should change to green. But the bug is that all the tile sets get screwed up. So I'm about to go see that. There it goes. So trying to debug this issue. So it's not just the tiles that were already on screen, it's any new tiles added as well. And I believe that it's not all tile sets. Yeah, so the avatar's tiles are just fine. And these special markers are fine too. It's just all the sprites from tile sets that are loaded through information from the server. So I need to go debug this. And you can interesting. You can see the particle effects are also showing this glyph. I believe this is a glyph that Phaser shows when it's missing the asset to draw the ping that the pixels come from. Good question. Would NPC monsters not blocking you be a bug? Yeah, I think that's on the list. Attackable NPCs should block player movement. You thought that would be something representative of a feature not yet implemented? Well, it was my intent to make them block the player, so I considered it a bug. But yeah, I mean, a lot of times it's a gray area thing. You can say, oh, it's a feature, not a bug. We even joke about that, right? Sometimes we say that none of these are bugs; they're all features. And yeah, if I feel like it's really, I'm ending up making new code and not fixing existing code, I might say, oh, we'll pass on that. That's really a feature change, right? Redesign or whatnot. But like, this is clearly a bug. This shouldn't be happening. I must have done something wrong when the front end reconnects to the game after a disconnection. So we're gonna look and figure out why that's happening. Yeah, I think no matter what zone I go to, it's gonna be all screwed up, right? Yeah. Definitely see it's a bug. Yep, exactly. Okay, Bob's tile is also screwed up. I think why the my avatar tile shows up is it's technically not in a tile set at all. It is loaded from the default avatar's tile set. Anyway, what I'll do is bring up the debug menu. I want to see the network connection, and we don't need to see the console. Yeah, see, texture frame is missing. It's happening like all over the place. So let's reload. On one of these connections, the tile set information will be transmitted. I'm looking for it. Maybe not that one. Okay, here's where the sprite information is coming through. So this must be where we created the camera. Yeah, this create temporary entity. And then later on, there'll be a change to that entity. Yeah, this create component, right? Creating a camera in the position. So it's weird. There are 3 connections to the game, 1 to each server. And the way I have the GM admin mode, since there are 3 connections, it doesn't really matter which server we talk to. So I have it just randomly pick a server. So on the second connection, this is the one that created the entity. And the temporary entity, when it's created this way, it's bound to that client. So even though on this other connection we said, oh, well, on that temporary entity, create a camera, still all communication for that camera ends up coming back to the one where we created it in the first place. And so all of the camera messages come back through that connection, even though we added the camera components there. So the moment the camera's created, it should have sent us, yeah, so these sprites and tile sets. So I believe this is the information that's getting screwed up when we reconnect. I want to try to find out why. So this all looks correct, right? Tile set 0, ID 47. This is the link to the ping holding the pixels for what we draw, and then these tiles contain information on what coordinates, what texture coordinates within that ping contain the actual tiles. So like the water is at 0, 0, and the grass is at 32, 0, etc. And that should match what I see in this. Let me undock it. I don't want to close it, but I'll undock it. So yeah, 47. This should match these coordinates, right? 32, 0, right? 32, 0, exactly. Scroll is true on this one and false on these, and true on the lava tile. It's interesting, scroll isn't set at all on these. I think these predate having that scroll flag, so they end up being false by default. But I'm tracking this really carefully because I want to compare this to what happens when we reconnect. So version 190, that means we changed the tile set 189 times, right? Every little change to this, like if I change this to a 1 update, it'll get retransmitted right here, and it'll be version 191. Let's put it back. Not that that time matters. These times only matter if the frame is animated. So, for example, this water, for a scroll effect, that's the total period for like 1 revolution. So if I set that to like 1,000, you'll see it scrolling 8 times faster. And then I have it set to 8,000 because I want, I think I had it set, every quarter second I want it to go 1 pixel. It's 32 pixels tall, so quarter second times 32 is 8,000, if I'm doing my math right. Anyway, some of the other tile sets aren't scroll effect, but they have different animations, so this is multi-frame animation, and there the time is how long to show that frame before moving on to the second. And then the sum of the times is the total period of the animation, right? So it's a second long, every half second flip between 1 of 2 frames, right? That's how these tile sets are set up. So let's go look back at this. Let me dock it to the right. We're still getting messages, right? Every time anything moves on the screen, we should be getting a sprite move sprite. So this 3330 is Bob. So every time Bob moves, we get a message saying that he's moved. Okay, so now, let me I like to take a snapshot of the server state before shutting the servers down because it increases the chance that it will come back up synchronized because of another bug in the raft algorithm, which is a really complicated one that I've scared to address on stream. So I've been trying to work on that between streams. But anyway, I don't want to see that other problem with cluster synchronization. I want it to come right back up. In the meantime, this has been trying to reconnect. That's what all these other connections are for. And when it does reconnect, right, it should reconnect now. Come on, you can do it. Okay, it's starting to reconnect. So down here, we should have some valid connections. Which one is which? It's going to be hard to say, though. If I close that... Yeah, so all of these ones that are pending, I think, but have data. So like, yeah, the ones that aren't finished and don't have lengths are the ones that are still open. So it'd be these three, I think. Okay, so this is the one where the camera should have been associated with it. So we got the tile sets. Okay, Bob must be off screen. That's why. Let me try to do a move and see what. Yeah, so a move does a sprite shift. Okay, so here's the message where the tile sets should have been retransmitted. Let me see if there's something wrong with it. Yeah, it looks correct. It's the same information, so. Let me look at the other messages around it. So we created the camera here. So yeah, we use the same connection both to request the temporary entity and to create the camera on that entity. So immediately we get back the sprites and the new tile set information. So it must be in the front end how it deals with the loading of the tile set if it's already loaded and it comes back in and loads it again, right? Because yeah, this information is correct. So how am I going to look into this? Look at the console. Maybe there's some clue here. Go back all the way to the top. Here's where we so we got a lot of initial failures right away. This is where it was the game was offline. It was trying to reconnected, and it's missing frames for everything. This is the second tile set. I wonder if there's also this bind text. Oh, this is when it tries to draw before it has the tile set loaded, I think. No more errors will be reported. Oh no! Yeah, this isn't giving me much of a clue about what's going on, other than that it's continuously trying to use a frame that's missing. Or a texture that's missing. So the texture is just not loaded. Maybe it's just not loading the texture. And it should. Hey there, Resubaka. I'm just sort of vocalizing out loud my thought process in how I'm debugging this. So here is the front end source. All the magic with phaser happens in the stage. So this is probably where the bug is somewhere. So the message for the where is it? What's this mod? Oh, this was when I moved the camera, right? And that's the sprite shift. Okay, yeah. So this tile sets message first actually comes in through server messages. Tile sets, right? It goes to this function, which dispatches in a Redux action reflect tile sets. That ends up in this stage here. Reflect tile sets. So it should go here. It should destroy all tile sets, and then for every tile set in a Redux state, add one. Oh, and this is after the reducer has collected the tile set information and stored it. So that means it'll be in the session. In the session reducer, we will also have handled this reflect tile sets. Reflect tile sets. Right, so it takes the tile sets from the message basically, and maps them through this function, which is, I think I just did this so that I can assign and change names for things. Yeah, so t becomes time, and x and y are stored as is, and then we make copies of them so that they can be adjusted, and that's to support the tile set editor here, where we can type in a different data or a different name for the tile set, and it's only sent back to the server and makes its way back to these fields when you save it. So actually, while this is up here, let me look at the Redux state and see if there's anything. Oh, no store found. Oh, no, there's a store. Let's undock that so it's easier to see. And we'll look at state session. I'm going to look at see the tile set information is okay. Well, here it is. ID 47, here's the asset to load. And here's the copy of the asset name so that if we change it, like if I go here and I type in a 2, it shows up here immediately, right? It's going to use this when it's showing the graphics. It's going to show you put this in here, and then if I hit update, it basically sends that back to the server, and then it makes it all the way back when we reflect it back here. It'll show up in here. But if I hit reset, it just clears it back, right? All right, tiles. This is the water frame. I mean, so if it should draw water correctly, right? Because these coordinates are right. The asset name is correct. So Redux state is fine. Something wrong in the middleware then when it gets back to here. It could be within this destroy to destroy the old tile sets, or it could be when we add them back here. I'm not sure. Let me look at destroy first. Destroy takes the things currently loaded, the keys to the map, and for each one calls remove tile set, getting the tile set from that map. This thing is a map, this tile sets thing. The stage is like a structure that we set up when we set up the middleware. And it just holds all of our variables. So these are variables that like are persistent within the middleware, the Redux middleware for drawing. Then the stage is just my name for this area, this red rectangle where we show the world view. So the variables what we need to persist for drawing the world are stored here, and one of them is the tiles, which is a JavaScript map. And that's where we store all the information that we get about the tile sets. So actually, that's not about the tile sets. That's about okay, one's tiles, the other one's tile sets, right? Let me go back. Back. Come on, keep going back. Yeah, so tiles. I believe I said tiles are each individual one of these is a tile. And tile sets is this information. So stage tile sets. Yeah, so for each one, remove. And what does remove do? Unload and then delete from the map. So I think that's why I did this crazy thing. Because if we are removing from the map while we're iterating the map, there could be a problem. So instead we collect together a list of all the keys. And then once we have that list, we iterate that. So what does the unload do? It goes to the texture manager and phaser and says remove the texture that corresponds to that tile set. And I have a mapping function here. So the key we use in Phaser's texture manager is the tileset's ID and dash version. So for this, it would be, for example, the background, it would be 47-194, right? What is the console showing? These are individual frames that are missing. Is there anything about the actual texture though? Maybe there's too many messages now. Yeah. I don't think I'm getting any useful information out of that. Okay, so these shouldn't change, right? It's going to be 47-194 for the background tile set, like before and after we reconnect. That doesn't change. So this removes it from the tiles, from the texture manager. So this means this will remove all of the textures. So I guess maybe the problem is when we add it back. Let me look. Let's look at when we add it back. Reflect tile sets. So that's this. So we're saying for every tile set in Redux, we're going to take it and then call add tile set. So that calls load and then stores that in back into the map. One problem is in the debugger I don't have access to this because it's within the closure here. Actually, I could have access to it if I put a breakpoint in something that this calls, right? Hey there, JNet. How are you doing? I'm just speaking out loud the process of trying to track this bug down where the graphics are all messed up when we restart the game. Add tile set. Load tile set. I'm not sure what we're doing here. Oh, that's what we're returning. So that's what we store back into the map, right? It's taking everything that was passed in and then adding a map of tiles. Then if what was passed in had tiles, we're building an atlas. Right, this is the atlas that we give to Phaser, right? And for every tile in the tile set, we are storing information about it in this tiles map here. And then, yeah, we're building the individual frames. So there are like 32 frames if we do the scroll effect. Otherwise, there are frames as configured if it's not a scroll effect. And if we're missing the frames entirely, the default is that there's one frame which is x is I time, like basically break each tile out from left to right. And then we do, we ask the load manager to load the texture atlas. Here's the asset name. I wonder if there's a race condition between unloading and loading again. Hey there, the Nick program. How are you doing? You learned C++, C, and Java. Excellent. Out of those three, I know the first two pretty well. Java, I know a little bit. I haven't used it in over a year now. This being JavaScript, it's somewhat similar to Java, but really more it's similar in name than it is in syntax. Hey there, Romania. Hate. How are you doing? I saw you're helping out a lot in Adam's chat. That was really cool of you. It's Python all day, huh? Sounds like an awesome day. An awesome day. A Python day. What's baffling me here is that this load tile set, it's called both when we initially connect to the game and when we reconnect. And when we initially connect, everything's fine. It's only when we reconnect that we're having a problem. I'm wondering if just the load is not working. Let me put a console message here to say that we're loading, and then we'll look for that. Loading tile set, and then let's have it compute the key and send it out. With asset, and then we'll put the asset name. I'll assume that the slash is added. And then we'll also log the atlas itself. There we go. So let's try that. So it should reload, and then we should see that in the console. Okay, how come? Okay, it just took a while to click. Okay, so it loaded all 6 tile sets, right? And there's the atlas information. If we wanted to see it, those are the frames of everything, every frame in the tile set. So it's tile dash frame. And those are the numbers that we're seeing it complain about later when it tries to draw and it can't. So then I'm going to do like I did before. Take a snapshot of the game and then stop it and then restart it. You would say more name-wise since Java and JavaScript are so different. Yeah. More name-wise. So it just fools people, including me, into thinking that they're related. But I guess Java and JavaScript aren't really related at all. So why did they call it JavaScript? Someone thought it looked like Java? Okay, there we've recreated the bug. And we're gonna get spammed by those warnings. Okay, here it would have loaded it. The numbers are the same, right? 47,194, 47,194. With the asset background.ping. Yeah. It should be loading it. Attempt to use a deleted texture. I'm just wondering if this is a race condition where the unload is asynchronous and then it ends up unloading the thing it just loaded. Could it be something like that? Aw, look at that. I'm flattered. The Nick program. It's super. Yep, C++. And, yep, using name. I don't like to do that, but it's just a personal preference. When you do that, you don't need to do standard : in front. You just have to know cout belongs in standard namespace. And same thing with string, right? But that's cool. A couple things. Well, actually, it's pretty good. I don't usually do this form of the main function or return 0. I'm sort of pedantic about that. If you look at my code, I do the original signature for C functions where it has the argv, argc, and then I use the special return values that are defined in standard def to indicate success or failure. But it's all pedantic stuff. Very nice first program. It's what we call a hello world program. Yeah, IDE1 is on my list. I have a list here for web resources, online code, sandbox tools, and IDE1 is on there, right there. Here are some other ones if you don't know them. Replit. A lot of these are JavaScript specific, like Run.js, JSFiddle, but other ones support other languages like C and C++. I think CodePen and Code Sandbox might have been some of those. And if you guys have any more that I don't know of, I'd be glad to add them to the list here after I take a look at it. Hey, the 2H strike. C++ 20 brings modules. Yeah, I'm scared of that. Hey there, how are you doing? Lurking without audio right now, but the audio in the player's on such which should count you. Oh, well, thank you, A squared. I'll just wave to you. Hi. Thank you for the lurk. What happened if you have cout in another namespace? That would be called namespace collision, and I think you end up getting a compiler warning, if not an error, about it. Which is one of the reasons that I'm just averse to doing the using namespace for that reason, that you could have collision. I think in reality it hardly ever happens. So you don't really have to worry about it. I don't know. I'm just pedantic, and I'd like to not collide namespaces. When learning C++ in school, you had to do everything the old school way. You also had to do your work on Linux machines. Linux machines are awesome. They're nice and clean and high performance, I think, which is why a lot of people use them for servers. They just don't have the best user interfaces, in my opinion. Just read into the origins of naming of JavaScript. Looks like it might have been the result of co-marketing deal. Oh no! So it's the marketing people again. Ah. C++ auto is great and will never use anything below 11 again. I agree. Go with C++ 11 minimum. And but don't be as crazy as I am about auto. I'm crazy about auto. You'll see me use auto everywhere. I use it too much. But it's like var in other languages, essentially. Anyway, not getting too distracted here, am I? I should probably log when I'm unloading. And, you know, one thing I can try is just doing a timed, like, set timeout for when we load. So there will be a the unload tile set. Here it is. This let's just do a log of a similar nature, right? Unloading tile set that. And I don't think we need another parameter, right? Okay, let's try it out. So that should reload, reconnect, and then let me stop the server and restart it. You're a Unity dev. You have not gone back to C++ land in a long time. Well, that's great. Where you might go back to C++ is if you ended up ever trying out Unreal. So, you know, of the big game engines out there, of course, there's Unity. There's also Unreal and GameMaker Pro or Studio, or whatever it's called, and Godot. And each one has their own set of languages. So I say more power to you. Use whatever you like to do. If you're in Unity, yeah, you might not ever need C++ again. You miss it? Maybe take a crack at Unreal Engine. Widen your experience in game engines, and then you'll get some more practice in C++. You have to use it for work? You have to use it for work, but you haven't gone back to it for game dev. Is that what you're saying? Is this the last stream of development? No. This is number 232 out of many. You use Unity for work. But then you said you have... Oh, okay, I misunderstood. You say you have to use Unity for work. Got it. Oh, so you get to use Unity at work? That's awesome. That's like my dream job, I guess. Well, I'm trying to make my own dream job, but if I had to work for someone else, it would be cool if I was doing game dev. Hey there, Clayman. How are you doing? I am just trying to track down what the heck's going on with this bug, and I've already collected a bunch of errors. I want to go scroll back up and see if the unloads happened. Yeah, so the unloads... So if we assume that these are synchronous, this should be fine, right? We unloaded and then we loaded it again. But it says that we're using a deleted object. So my hypothesis is that these are somewhat asynchronous. And either we'll have to figure out how to know when they're done, or we can just brute force delay these from happening for like, I don't know, like we can do like 2 or 3 seconds, right? Maybe I'll do that first and just as an experiment here. So I'm going to look for unload tile set, which, okay, remove tile set calls it. Destroy all tile sets, right? Okay, yeah, between these two. So we can just do a cheap trick here, set timeout, where we have a handler, which will just do this, and then a timeout, which is in milliseconds. So we'll say 3000 milliseconds. So this will say, destroy all the tile sets, then 3 seconds later, create them again, and see how it goes, right? All right, so let me reload to show you. So there'll be now a 3-second delay between when we connect, and we're actually trying to draw things, and when it actually loads the graphics like that. And in the meantime, there will be a lot of frames missing because we're telling it to make sprites off of textures that don't exist yet, right? So then let's see what happens if I do a server restart, which will force a reload. This game will fit in about how many files? There's a lot of files. Let's see. What would be the best way to count them? Like, let's say we're just looking at the front end only. I can do a I didn't give away anything there, did I? No. Yeah. I was trying to FTP into my server before, and I forgot that I can't do it with Windows command prompt. I have to do it with a more Unixy shell. Anyway, let's not get us distracted. So, what was I doing? I was counting files, right? So, let's just look. How do we do this? Can I do it with find? Actually, if I use this shell, find will be a good thing to do. So find name JS Did I do that right? I didn't do that right. Maybe I don't need... There we go. Oh, and I don't want to count node modules. That would be unfair. So let me go to... let's go to source and count them. There we go. So then word count. So there are 78 JavaScript files, right? Now let's go count in... what would be the most fair thing to count? In the Realm server, maybe? Count the number of C++ files. 97. And the number of headers? 74. And this is just the actual game server code. It relies on a lot of libraries. So let's say a typical library might be, I don't know, the WebSocket stuff that I did. How many CPP files I have? Okay, 4. So it depends on the number of libraries. So I have roughly, I don't know, 20, 30 libraries. So times 4 would be roughly 100 C++ files in the libraries. Another 100 in the game. So very, very roughly 200 C++ files. And I would say the average I strike for in number of lines per file is no more than like 800. So the files that really need refactoring will be larger. Like this is a great one to point out as a bad example. You don't want a single file to get this long. This is over twice as long as I like it to be. So if I have 200 files and they're roughly at my target of 800 lines, then that's how many lines of code? 200 times 800, right? So 160,000 lines of code. That's very, very roughly how big my game is right now. Is that... It is not boring? Well, I hope fixing bugs is not boring. It's something that every programmer has to do. Okay, I missed some chat. Let me go back. C can be used for homebrew applications. C# can be used for modding of some Unity games, and Java is for modding Minecraft, of course. Yes. Last Java you tested was 9. That's not too old. I think that's the version of Java I was using like a year ago. How do you approach architecting your game? I've been growing it organically, but trying to make things modular. So, for example, in my notes, I drew this up pretty early on about how I wanted to break up the responsibilities inside the game's back end. So I figured I want one module that's responsible for message exchange, another one that's responsible for making changes to the entity component system, then the entity component system itself, which runs game systems. So these 3 big pieces, and then there's this subsystem to do the state replication across servers. And then, you know, I drew up what are the relationships between these subsystems or modules. And then one of my weaknesses is that I'll make modules that are too big. So like right now, this coordinator is so big that I had to eventually break it up into even smaller pieces. So if you look, for example, on Realm Server, source, coordinator, it used to be all fitting into this file, but this file itself is 900 and something lines long, and it was much larger, so I broke it up into all these little pieces. So the stuff that handles email, messaging, moderation, the profile, the entity component system. So I kind of owe it to myself to make another diagram that breaks this box up into even more smaller boxes. But yeah, that's my strategy usually, is to try to make things, break things up by, like, you know, what is their responsibility? How do they cooperate with each other to make the overall bigger program? And then just as with when things get too big, you just kind of split it up into smaller pieces and you sub-partition. But I try as much as I can to make these things individually testable. So every one of these things has its own complement in the test framework. So there are coordinator tests. There's the executor tests. There's the WebGate tests for this WebGate component. So everything should have its own complement of unit tests. And that's one way I can sort of test whether or not I broke it up fine and have these APIs simple enough, is if I can test them without having to make too elaborate of a series of mocks, everything's good. If I find that the mocks are getting more and more complicated and it's hard to write a test, then we're not so good, right? Yeah, so CS Master, I think that's an issue for almost everyone. Really, everyone will run into a problem of architecture at some point. It's just a matter of how big of a thing for you can do before you run into problems. And it gets better the longer you do it, right? You can learn from a really, experienced master architect, and you'll still like end up running into problems eventually because just limits of human human ability, right? As things grow, they get more and more complicated. I'm constantly adding things to all these components, and so there's pressure to have to redesign them, to break them up into smaller pieces, and I just am trying to constantly go back to the architecture and make sure that everything isn't getting too overly complicated. The major sign is if something becomes difficult to change, then it's like, well, I better go in there and see if I can refactor and redesign it so that it becomes easier for me to change it, to add new things to it. All right, I'm really far behind in chat. I'm like 5 minutes behind. Chat is really blowing up today. Maybe it's because of my cheerful attitude. I don't know. You could implement a basic C compiler in about 100,000 lines. I could believe that. I use the Lua interpreter, and that is pretty small. I think it's less than 100,000 lines. Where is that? Lua. I mean, we could count them, but yeah, each one is roughly, okay, their files are a little bit bigger than mine, like 1,200, so maybe 1,000. And how many files are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So roughly 15 to 20. So yeah, that's around 20,000 lines or less. So that's 1/5 of the estimate that you gave for a C compiler. Lua is a lot simpler of a language. So I can believe 100,000 K for C. Language is issue 1. Food is issue 2. Yes, I can believe that. That's Bulgaria, right? Well, but you'll get used to the food. It might take a while. From time to time, copy code from Stack Overflow, and it just works. What I think is important is when you copy the code from Stack Overflow, try to understand how it works, because you'll run into the same problem again. And the more you understand how things work, the easier it'll be for you to understand the code that you need. Whether you if you get too reliant on copying code from Stack Overflow and not understanding the code, then you're going to be really bummed when you can't find something in Stack Overflow that exactly matches your problem. If you understand the code you're copying, then when you hit a problem you don't have anything exactly right in Stack Overflow, you could pick something close, and then you're like, okay, I think I know what I need to change to make it work for me. Where's your sense of adventure, planning things out? I know. Oh, congratulations, Joe Mega. Signed your contract today, huh? How are you doing with the language barrier? Did you already say? Do they all speak English, or do you have to learn Bulgarian? Because I've heard that those Eastern European languages are kind of tough. The 2H Strike also said Lua is about 20K. Yeah, that's my rough estimate as well. They all speak English, so that's good. The language of science and math. And what, is French still the language of love? English is the language of science and math? Stack Overflow driven development. Exactly. Yeah, Joe, you got to be nice to Joe Mega, because he's working on some cool games at Ubi. Don't know how the developers of Stack Overflow function without Stack Overflow to refer to. Well, there was stuff before Stack Overflow, right? There were blogs and forums, right? I mean, there still are some forums out there. There's gamedev.net, right? This has got forums. A lot of my searches for game dev ended up ending up here. It looks like they've changed the format of things. This looks different than what I remember. But yeah, a lot of the Google searches I do for game dev stuff end up on sites like gamedev.net, and this is old school forum posts and stuff, right? Anyway, back to work. Saying don't know because of an NDA, because you don't really know. Haven't passed the NDA signing stage yet. Yeah, and when you sign the NDA, you'll have to be changing it from don't know to if I told you, I would have to kill you. Yeah, exactly, JNet. Your exception is look it up in Stack Overflow. When you do sign, just remember that, of course, it doesn't apply to your close Rhymu channel friends. Exactly. Yeah, you can tell us everything. We'll keep it secret. We promise. All right. Obviously, that didn't fix it. So the delay. I actually want to see. Well, hold on. I need to clear this because it's like filling up my memory. Apparently, clear console, please. Wow, it was very slow. How do I clear these numbers though? X there. Okay, there we go. All right, let me reload and let me just see what it looks like here. So there's the 3-second delay and then poof, and then snapshot. And then stop and restart. We haven't unloaded the graphics yet. It unloads when it's about to load. So when it unloads, this will all go to garbage, but then 3 seconds later, it should have reloaded. Let's dock that on the right. Okay, so it unloaded, and then there it reloaded. Okay, but it didn't load correctly. I'm wondering if it's a problem where we can't reuse these keys once we've used them. That makes sense. How does this work for the normal player though? Let me see. Oh, it unloads them. It actually restarts phaser every time, looks like. Yeah. Is that the solution? We have to unload and then reload phaser? Oh, because it changes scenes. Yeah, let me demonstrate that. So we stop the server. Let's watch this while I stop the server, right? It's changed scenes. It actually completely unloaded phaser. That's why it works for normal players. Okay, so I'm thinking now that it doesn't matter what our delay is here. We can't reuse the same keys, which are computed where? Down here somewhere. This tile set key. So I guess another solution would be we have another tag here that we incremented every time the tile sets are loaded. You have extra time? I can take a look. What are we looking at? What are we looking at in your JS Fiddle? Ooh, I have no idea what that is. How do I get rid of these ads? Okay. What does it say? You can test this code. It's your programming language named in honor of me. Oh, thank you. After this comment, write out test and... So how do you run this thing? Run. It didn't do anything for me. There's some like weird functions in there. I don't understand it. Yeah, I don't see any output on my end. Yeah, what is this? I don't understand. Okay, I'm lost. Rund? Did I use the word rund? I have the tendency to use like wrong words and to muddle my words. Having the only one screen is frustrating. Yeah, I would be kind of... I'm too used to having two screens now. Two screens are like almost a requirement for streaming because you have the on screen where everyone can see it, and then you have the other screen for things you need to make sure, like private information, or you need to preview something to make sure it's appropriate, that kind of thing. Hey, they're great. Bullet DE, how are you doing? Just finding out where my option is to say hi. There we go. So yeah, the Nick program, I had no idea what that program was supposed to do, but it didn't do anything for me. Can you explain what it's supposed to do? Needed to write test and screen. It didn't write test and screen for me. It didn't do anything. And what's this stuff about DEFR and this function with the weird name in it? I don't understand what it's doing. Oh, it's writing into the document something, but why these weird names and stuff? I don't really understand it. Anyway. Have a second 1080p monitor in your luggage, but no place for it. If only in a temporary apartment, gonna have to move before the end of August. Yeah, multiple monitors is addictive. Fortunately, I have no more space, so even if I wanted a third monitor, I couldn't add it. I'd have to literally change my office. All right. Yeah, so I'm thinking the solution to try will be to add a sequence number here that every time we do a reload, we have to increment it. So let me try that. So let's go back to the set timeout and remove it. I don't think we need to do that. I think what we need to do is here we need to increment some number. So stage dot tile set generation plus, right? I like to do pre-increment. And then we'll end up we'll have to declare that. I guess we'll start with 0. Actually, let's make the tile sets generation. And then we'll just use that variable when we are constructing the key. So tile set key. I'll just put it right in here. Oh, wait, we don't have access to the stage, do we? I suppose I can cheat and make it a global? Would that be too horrible if I just made a global here? Let is 0. Would that be bad? Technically, we get another one of these every time the middleware is called. So I think that is bad. I think I need to pass in the stage here. And the new stage tile set, and then I need to go here and make sure the stage is passed in every time it's needed. So stage, comma, in all the right places. Yeah, okay. So here, and here, and here. Here and here. Here. Okay. Hopefully stage is available in all these places. It is there. Yes. Yes. What about here? Do we have a stage here? Where is stage? Yes. Okay. Cool. Let's try it out. Type error. ID. Oh, I think it's because it was trying to execute it while still making changes. Yeah, all right. I think that'll be fine. Oh, one more change I'd like to make in those console logs. Let's put the generation here. Well, loading tile set. Actually, it'll be included in the key, so we're good. All right, so back to here and let me look. Yeah, so generation 1, right? And then snapshot and stop the game and start it again. While we're doing that, let me catch up on chat. Your programming language works? What is it supposed to do? Just writes test on the screen. Where to put the code so that it connected with the usual script and HTML code? I'm not sure. I'm not a very good web dev. Hey, but look, it worked. So I think that was it. These keys have to be unique for the entire lifetime of Phaser for some reason. So just putting a generation number in there whenever we reload will fix it, I think. Actually, then, wait a minute. When I make a change to this, to the graphics, how does that work? Like if I just turn that off, for example, and hit update. It didn't change. Oh, no, because the version number increment. See that? It went from 194 to 195. That's why that was working for tileset changes. It's just on reloads. We need. Okay, good. Good. So I think I fixed it. So there's temporarily a glitch between unload and load, but I think that's acceptable. Because it only really happens if you have to reconnect to the server and have to get the new tileset information, because there's this corner case where you get disconnected from the server. Right at that moment, the server gets a change to the tileset. You reconnect. You're going to want to get all the tileset information so that you don't miss any changes. Why is cleaning up your source code so boring? You might not be into refactoring, and yeah. Don't know what to say about that. That's something that all programmers eventually need to do, whether it's boring or not. Unless you're working in a team and you're willing to like have someone in the team just do the refactoring and everyone else not. But I don't know. It sounds like the you get the short end of the stick if you're all you get to do is clean up code. We would have interns do that, because it was a good way for them to get familiar with the code, and also to test that they had the ability to not only understand the code, but make it better, without forcing them to do design work, which is sometimes really hard for interns to do. So there you go. Need to hire an intern, Clownifier, to do the cleaning up for you. Let's remove the console logs I put in there. I don't think I need them anymore. I want these. Yeah, I want those because I haven't fully finished working on that. The fact that I have to do this deferral of actions because Phaser isn't loaded yet, I'm not too happy with. So I'm keeping the console logs in there for now. All right. I think I'm done with this bug. So I'm going to check it in. Get the GUI. If I missed anything in chat, I'm sorry. I miss things occasionally. Feel free to tag me in chat to make sure that I see it. Yeah, thank you for your refactoring work, intern. I hope you learned something. Revert. Just don't tell them that you had to revert, and never have them look at that code again. Hopefully your code base is big enough that you won't accidentally ask them to refactor the same thing twice. All right. My apologies for the blazing white. I never really got the dark mode for this working, and I haven't found another Git UI tool that I like as well as this one. Stage. Well, this is fix issue number 183. Fix issue. This is the style I've been using lately for these kinds of Git commits. Is the summary just has the number, but then I repeat the description in the description of the commit. And then I say what the bug was and what the solution is. The bug was that Phaser apparently doesn't allow you to reuse a texture key, even if you completely unload it and then try to load it again. The solution is to introduce a generation number that increments every time we need to unload and then reload textures. If anyone ever wants to make it up to middle to upper management, it's important to perfect the evil laugh. I haven't perfected the evil laugh, so that's why I'm never making it to upper management. I'm okay with that because I think upper management's horrible. You almost have to be a psychopath to work in upper management, or a sociopath, not a psychopath. Two different things, right? Sociopath is what I'm thinking, where you stop caring about individuals and you think more of like shareholders and company value and that kind of crap. I don't want to be like that. Also, they don't let you code as much. The job I was at last, all the good engineers got promoted into upper management. They stopped being engineers. And they would just be in meetings all day. And I was like, I never want to do that. That's horrible. Okay, fix that bug. Let me go into the GitHub and mark it fixed too. I'm happy I got to that one, even though it's only 2 hours old. And, oh, I forgot something. I wanted to, before I hit commit there, to copy paste that into GitHub. So let me just do that now with a amend. I won't actually amend it. I just will get this and paste it. Oh, that's right. I should have typed it in here first and then did the word wrapping. All right, so comment. It's not deployed yet, so we're going to say it's awaiting release and move on. That's a 30-day trial of what? Aquasnap? What is that? Doing stuff while watching the stream on your screen right now? What are you doing? What are you up to, Gelmega? Is it a game? Is it a new programming language? I see my screen. You're looking at documentation of some kind? I'm honored that you're watching my stream. That's cool. Since you linked me to Discord about dark mode for GitGui. Yeah, I tried it myself. Okay, I'll try your link, Lazy Guru. If it works out, I'll give you like a ton of points because it was frustrating me to no end. Let me try that after the stream. I don't want to mess with it right now. Can someone here refactor your code? Clayman, if you didn't say kappa, I might have considered it. But the kappa reveals to me that all you're trying to do is get me to be your intern. And I've already been an intern, so I'm not too interested in being an intern again. All right, next bug. Next bug. Attackable NPCs should block player movement. Okay, so reproducing this here, I shouldn't be able to move into NPCs. So how would I best fix that? I don't want all NPCs to be blockable because, like, the non-attackable ones, I don't want them to stand in doorways and stuff to block you. Where's my non-attackable NPC? Bob. Where did he end up going? Is he hiding out here? He is. He's hiding out on the secret island. Yeah, see, I want to be able to move through him because he might block doorways. So it's going to be very specific behavior in the movement system. That enemies should block you, but non-enemies don't. You've accepted my application and you are expecting the code-based refactor by tomorrow? Okay, what do I get paid? Because I think my rate for being an intern is now $1,000 an hour. Can you afford that, Clayman? Got a mythical creature in your house now. It sucks up some air and spews out cold air. I think it's called AC or something like that. That's awesome. Those mythical creatures, you got to take good care of them. Because that's how you survive in the crazy weather. Interns don't get paid? Aw. Actually, I got paid as an intern. I guess it depends on the company, right? Oh, I didn't mean to give you a point. I meant to say hi. Well, okay. Yeah, that's a mistake. Let me remove that. Even though, like, I just know you're gonna, like, score another 20 points today to lose. Yeah, paying you in points. Yeah. Yeah, I think there are three kinds of internships. Internships where you get paid, which is awesome. Internships where they're teaching you just a ton, and so it's kind of like you're being paid in knowledge. And then there's the internships where it just sucks, where you're not learning anything and they're not paying you. Those are internships you should avoid. If you're not getting paid, you should at least be learning a lot. Something you can put on your resume. That's a form of payment, I think. It's just not monetary. It's more knowledge payment or experience payment. I guess there's a fourth kind of intern where it starts out unpaid and it's more of like a let's try it out and see if you fit here at this company kind of thing. And then when they like you, they say, okay, now we'll pay you by promoting you to level 1 whatever, programmer, engineer. All right, attackable and so this has to do with the movement system. So we're going to close everything and we're going to go into the back end because this is the game system that's coded in C++, which I'm increasingly more and more, which is redundant to say, I'm more and more regretting that I coded it in C++, thinking I should move it to Lua because it's then easier to prototype. Yeah, so it's in this can move, right? Can move has an extra checks. I think that's what we want. This extra checks function can be called on the entity, and then we can check, well, if it's an NPC and it's attackable, it should also block us, right? Yes, I think that's what we want, right? Where is can move used in the code? By the way, I'm feeling a lot better today than yesterday. Yesterday was such a tough day. I almost didn't stream. It's been hard to think of what to do within the game. Oh, snap. Need to get to the bottom of that. What to do in the game for new content-wise when I'm really missing a lot of mechanics. So, for example, like I have no way to stop this ogre from getting out here right now. So I'm having to pick him up and put him back where he belongs. And these ogres shouldn't be way out here. They should be in their little cave here. But, you know, I kind of soldiered through it. This orcs belong in this part of the cavern. Killer, he can go wherever he wants because he's badass. So yeah, we did get this done yesterday where we added different monsters at aggro, but it was sort of painful. I'm much happier today because I have a clear-cut list of things to do. And each one that I accomplish makes me feel like we're more and more back to what I want and not having a buggy pile of mess, right? It's also surprisingly silent where you currently live. Loudest thing is someone in the hall or a plane flying over. Really? That sounds nice. Looking at an apartment to stay, want to see it and be surprised by the price. I'm hoping that the price is good. I'm guessing it's good because in Eastern Europe, I would expect things to be cheaper, but I have no real idea. Sure, let's see it, Jomega. It's always a tricky thing, prices, because it depends on what you're paid in that region and what everything else costs, right? And are utilities included in that kind of thing. Bulgarian properties. What does the Bulgarian property look like? That's not bad. It's not bad. 550 euros a month. Is that good or bad? It all depends on how much you're paid, how much food and fuel costs. Do you need fuel? Are you close to your job? That kind of thing. It sounds good. Compared to Southern California, that would be like an awesome. I think around in Southern California, lots of places, it would be at least double, if not quadruple that. For something that maybe does not even as good. It looks good. I like it. Includes electricity, water, internet, cable. Wow, all of that? And only 600 meters? Score. Omega, that's awesome. If you don't have alternate current, what kind of power adapter are you using? Wait a minute, what were we saying? I missed that. I think he meant air conditioning, not alternating current. That feels like about 3,000 per month. You mean in SoCal? I haven't had to rent in such a long time. I'm out of touch about how things cost. I just know from like bits and pieces of what I've heard that like near where I live, rent is like really high. Like 2,000 a month is like sounds way too much, but it's not unheard of. I might not even be. I might be off by 1,000. I don't know. Probably Rally Monkey knows better than I do. Bulgaria has really good deals compared to other EU countries. It's because it's in the Eastern Europe, right? That's what I'm guessing. Okay, so attackable NPCs. I will use a function. I wanted to see if I used it before though. Hey, look, I did for NPCs. Right, I did this so that NPCs couldn't step onto other NPCs or players. So this is exactly what I want. And I want to, oh, this is in C++, so I should make a unit test for this. I should stick to that habit. So there's a movement test framework. Let's use it. Lived in SoCal about 6 years ago in the non-LA area. You're paying $2,000 a month to rent a 3-bedroom. Okay. But that's not non-LA area. In the LA area or San Diego area, I think it's a lot more. And then in San Francisco, it's like crazy, right? And like, isn't it like double in the Bay Area? I'm not in the Bay Area, but it really depends on the suburb or how close you are to things. Like was it like Laguna Beach is like terribly expensive, or I'm guessing downtown LA is probably really bad. 10,000 a month for a closet? Yeah. So it really depends. So what you want to aim for is something that's like maybe not too far away, but you get a deal because it's a little bit further away than you would like. North Dakota, that's ND. 890 for 2-bed, 2-bath. Yeah, but it's in North Dakota. I don't know. There's a lot of factors, my friends. I'm not saying anything specific, but North Dakota. I actually never been to North Dakota. I've been to South Dakota. Is that true? Yeah. North Dakota is like pretty far away from everything I've ever gone to. All right, so we're gonna say attackable NPCs block players. You've been to the better one? I've been to the one that has the what is it called? The how come I can't remember it now? The president's face is carved into the mountain. And now my dog's barking. I have no idea why the dog's barking. I'll have to mute the mic if she continues barking. That's all I have to say. Mount Rushmore. You're right. That's the state I've been to. I think that's South Dakota, right? Hold on a minute. Let me go figure this dog barking situation out. So I get up and I turn around, and the dog's like looking at me like, and there's like nothing going on in front of the house. It's probably someone just walked by, and the dog's like, I don't like that human there. Show the dog on stream? Okay, you gotta hold on a second now. Let me, you know what I'll do is I'll just turn the camera off for a second. And I'll be right back to get the doggo. Are you guys ready to see doggo? Doggo. Oh. Hello. Say hi. Say hi. Woof. Woof. Exactly. Woof. Doggo, very protective of our house. Okay. Tile sets. I don't think it matters. So I just need to have like, we'll just have one tile. Fine, right? I don't know why I do this update here. Oh, that's why. There's a reason for that. That's to do something. Initialize some cache. No wave? I just didn't notice. Sorry, playing with Skizzers. Hey, playing with Skizzers, you have a bot. How hard would it be to have a bot that just tracks who I've waved to and who has chatted, and then it would just whisper to me if I forget to wave at someone? That wouldn't be too hard, right? You or I could do that. In fact, maybe that we can make that part of like. Can we make that part of Stream Parrot? Is this something Stream Parrot could do? Like, well, what would it be? I guess it wouldn't be Stream Parrot. It would be something else. You're actually thinking of doing something like that? I would find it useful. If there was a way for me to figure out if I haven't seen something in chat, like if there was a way I could mark. In fact, I thought about doing this in Yada. I use this chat client called Yada, and I've considered asking Hideo, who's the author of it, for a feature request where I could like click on a message to acknowledge that I've seen it. And then I could then quickly see like at a glance if I missed something. Wouldn't that be useful? Just make it like color coded. Like maybe it shows up in yellow and then I click it and it goes back to normal, right? And then I would just maybe it would have to be something where I could quickly like dismiss them all or dismiss them with a swipe or something. You think that's every streamer's dream? I don't know, but we're programmers. We can make our own tools and improvements, right? Anyway, let's get back to this. So we'll need to have an NPC. I should have 2 tests, right? Non-attackable NPCs do not block players. We'll just make 2 tests that one is similar to the other. NPC, so we need an NPC component as well, right? NPC, and the only thing here that I care about is attackable. And that is true. Okay. So, it doesn't matter. This stuff doesn't really matter. The what's this decorations? Get rid of it. Okay, there's a player. The NPC is at 1-0. The player, I think, is 0-0 moving to the right. And the test is basically, do they end up moving or not? And yeah, this is that the move is acknowledged, but we don't actually move. That's the test. An eye tracking camera, that's interesting. So like you would just look at them and then it would turn it off. But I wouldn't mind like just a click swipe. Almost like if I'm selecting the text, but maybe with a modifier, like maybe an alt click swipe. Just to acknowledge I've seen a bunch of messages. 20 euros, you could survive 2 days while still having food left for other days. I mean, you could do that in the US also. You just have to be very picky. I mean, you have to be very not picky about what you eat. And the nutrition might not be that great. Or you have to do all the cooking yourself. Yeah. What do people say? You just buy a whole bunch of rice? Like 20 euros in rice, you could probably live like several weeks. Is that right? Or just bananas. Just buy only bananas. You mentioned he's a picky eater. Well, that's interesting. I got one of those robocalls, but it hung up after 1 ring. All right, running the test now. Chat, I hope I'm doing a good job in balancing work with chat. It's definitely a balancing act. To engage with chat, but also get some work done at the same time can be a bit tricky. Especially when you guys are really fun to talk to. Most expensive thing you bought is a 675-gram box of Nestle cereal. Yeah. You got to make your own cereal. Get the rice or whatever, corn. Grind it yourself. Verifying email address in GitHub not work. Why not? There's a problem with GitHub, I guess. All right, so the test is failing because... Well, there's this unexpected... Oh, the NPC moved. Okay, we don't want that. I had a trick to prevent that, didn't I? Like set its cooldown. Let me see what I did. I didn't do it here. I did it somewhere else, I thought. I did it in rendering. Now, let's look for it. NPC. It's going to be in a test somewhere. Trigger. Yeah, here we go. We just set a massive cooldown of 10 seconds. So they don't move during the test. There we go. We don't want that NPC to just randomly move. Run it. Cool. So this is what I expected. This is the message we should get, saying that the move is on. Move is no longer on. It's the movement is acknowledged, basically. This says that the player actually moved, so we don't want that. So to get the test now to pass, I need to actually make the change I want in the movement system, which is to have an extra check. I think that's what I called it, extra check. Extra checks. A function that will tell us if there are other reasons why we can't move. And just like I had for the NPC, we'll copy it and paste it here for the player and adjust this. So a function that, given the entity component system and the other entity, yeah, we're going to see if the other entity is an NPC. If they're not an NPC, return true. Or do I turn this around? Yeah, let's turn it around. If they are an NPC, then we're going to check if they're attackable. If bool NPC attackable, then return false. Otherwise, we can just fall through, right? I think that'll work. If they're attackable, they're going to block us. That's true, he did. He did move from one of the most expensive countries to one of the cheapest. Yeah, pleasant shock, I hope. Very pleasant, yeah. Yeah, the other way around, like if you're moving to someplace where it's really expensive and you're just not used to that, you'd be like, I'm gonna go broke. How will I live? Okay. Cool. So let me make the reciprocal test that a non-attackable NPC does not block a player. Non-attackable NPCs do not block players, so the only change is that they're no longer attackable, right? False. And then here we'll expect a movement is accepted, so I need to copy from one of these tests that actually accepts the movement. That will be a modifying the position. Here it is. Modifying the position of the player. And I think in these tests it was just player. For those previous tests, I was using derivations of viewer names to honor them. But not this one. Okay, cool. So let me just run them all. Let's run all the movement tests to make sure I didn't break anything. Okay, awesome. So we deploy it and see if it works. Snapshot, and then stop and restart, and then I should be able to walk through Bob, but not the monsters. Well, thanks for the follow. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Let me know if you have any questions. I have lots of commands and notes. So, for example, if you want to play my game, it's there. There's also that link for more info. Oh, thanks for the follow again. Oh, this problem. This happens every couple days because I'm using a self-signed certificate. So the trick is to go to localhost 8084, which is the server's port number, and say, oh yeah, proceed to localhost. It's safe, don't worry, and then it'll work. And I might have to do that for this other window too. Oh no, that's already working, great. So cool, these monsters are not letting me move into them. In fact, they're getting in my way. Get out of my way. And there's Bob, yay. Let's see if I can move on top of Bob. Yes, it works. So, feature is done. Nice. Done. It's 181. Okay, so here we're gonna say, check this in. So fix issue number 181, fix issue this text. Attackable NPC should block player movement. The bug was no special check was made to stop a player moving on top of an attackable NPC. The solution is to use the extra checks optional function argument to, what was it called? Check, well, I could just look at it here. Can move. To use the optional function argument to can move to perform a check to see if the entity a player would move on top of is an attackable NPC. Commit. And I don't think I pushed it last time. Let's push. And then mark it off on the GitHub. Okay, so back. It's probably going to be at the top of the list, right? Yeah, here it is. Oh, and I did the same mistake again. I was supposed to type it in there and copy it to here, but I did the other way around. And then back to GitHub and put it here. You just have to unwrap this. That's the penalty for not typing it in the right place. So I'm not closing it because I leave it open until I push it into production. That way, if someone runs into an issue and they search my GitHub, they'll see, oh yeah, it was a bug. It's fixed, but hasn't been pushed yet. And then we're done. All right. You had to do that work for every week for 4 different domains? What's that? My problem with chat sometimes is I miss the context of individual messages. Like, I don't know why A Squared said feels bad, man. Other than the context right before that was we're talking about what you have to pay now every day would be 300 euros a month in Belgium would be a bit more than a week. Oh, even if you have to pay what you pay now every day, it would only be 300 euros. But that can make it fun. Hey there, Pollux. I haven't said hi to you yet today. Your post upload fails to S3 if you add a folder name. Well, S3 considers folders actually just part of the name, right? It's like they call it a path or something. So the rules might be a little different between a traditional file system and S3. Don't stomp on Bob, yeah. Well, Bob doesn't mind. Although I did run into an interesting bug yesterday. It was kind of funny. I can actually demonstrate here. In fact, if we move Bob, I think the bug is still in there. If we move Bob to that special island zone, check it out. Something funny will happen. Bob. Hello, Bob. Move into the island. Okay, and then I'm going to chase in there. There's an interesting bug that happens here. Watch this. Oh, it's not happening. Did I already fix it here? Oh, no, because I haven't loaded the same game scripts. So the game scripts I was doing yesterday to make NPCs draw aggro had a side effect where Bob would start attacking me. And I'm like, what did I do to you, Bob? And it has to do with the fact that all NPCs, whether they're attackable or not, have an aggro table and will aggro on you. Even if you don't have anything in their class, they will have a default aggro table and attack you. So the only reason I'm safe right now from Bob is I have not loaded those scripts into the test environment. But yeah, interesting bug. Other bug bites the dust, yes. Next. Result of Lua command spams the entire server. You can see I can illustrate that best in the actual game. If someone's logged in. No one's logged in. Okay, well, if I type like Lua return 2 + 2, it doesn't just go to me, it goes to everyone in the entire game. So we need to only have it go back to the client who issued the command. So in that case, in that sense, it's just the GM connection that sent the original request. You can live without a folder name though? Yeah, I'm not using folder names for mine. Everything is just dumped into the top level. No, well, I think I'm pretty sure the folder is just part of the name. We can look it up. I don't want to be like saying the wrong things here. So AWS S3 documentation. There we go. Pretty early on, I think in the getting started, they talk about this. They talk about, yeah, it's not a file, it's an object, right? And it's not a path, it's a name. Where do we... Maybe it's not... Maybe this one's too simple. It might be in the developer guide. Yeah, here we go. Objects. Okay, they also call it a key. It's the name you assign to it. For more information, see object key and metadata. Right. The S3 data model is a flat structure. When you create the bucket and the bucket stores objects, there's no hierarchy of sub-buckets or subfolders. So yeah, basically what you think of as a folder is really just part of the name, and they say you can infer logical hierarchy using a name that has a prefix or delimiters. The console supports the concept of folders if you use a / as a delimiter, but I think that's about it, right? So they infer things like when you copy that, it's going to find all files that start with that, so it would grab this one but not this one, right? Stuff like that. But I think at the fundamental level, what they're saying here, it applies, that they're just keys in a huge dictionary, and the fact that there's a slash in the name is just part of the name, right? And our conceptualizing this as a folder is purely logical construct. It has nothing, there's no folder operation at the API level. The CLI has the console and the CLI have the concept of folders just as a convenience to the developer, right? Yeah, there is no hierarchy in S3. They enable the console and the SDKs to infer hierarchy and introduce the concept of folders, but there actually aren't really folders. So there you go. Just want to refresh my memory, and if anyone else wanted to follow along with that, it's useful to know this stuff if you're going to try to use this S3 is the simple storage solution. So that's basically an internet file system that you can pretty much use for free for if you stay within the free tier limits with Amazon's cloud. Okay, what's my phone doing? I have a voicemail. Someone tried to call me. All right, what's the voicemail? Hold on, this might be entertaining, but I can't do it on the stream. Let me say I'll be right back. And I'll be right back in like less than a minute. Okay, that was fun. It's all in Chinese. I don't know Chinese, so I'm not going to be able to help them. You added a folder name like bucket name, folder name, it just fails. Yeah, you can't... there's no such thing as a folder. You have to add a file, which they call an object. And then the folder, the folder name just kind of appears in the console, or the SDK is like a logical side effect of having an object with that in the name. Here's hoping as a friendly offices of the Internal Revenue Services? No. I don't get any of those these days. It's mostly the tech support stuff. If you know Kit Bogus Stream, you've heard of this a lot of times, right? They call you and they say that you deserve a refund because the computer support that you received is, we can't give it to you anymore because our company is shutting down. So call us for a refund. The sheriff on the way to your house right now? Yeah. I don't get any of those. Those can be fun, I guess. But I don't get any of those these days. Let's see. Yeah. So the origin of the spam when you do the Lua command. Let me find this. The commands are all here, right? On chat. I can find it better if I just do on chat and then yeah, right here. Actually, it would be chat check, I think, is the coordinator's end. I think the coordinator's end does it. Or chat make No, it would be the executor then. So I was right before. It's on chat. Oh, maybe not. Wait, hold on. The chat check. What does it do again? It just checks and then, okay, here we go. It's in the coordinator. It's if it starts with a slash, it is on chat command. On chat command has like a hierarchy. So Lua maps to Lua when we do, this is just to introduce the logical hierarchy, similar to S3. Or ultimately the commands are in a flat table, but we can have a hierarchy for them. So yeah, there's another table. Oh, I remember this. I have it in the file where I have a lot of tables, which is this coordinator impl. There's a table stuff up here. There we go. Chat command handlers, Lua. It's on chat Lua. There we go. So it is forming a command, right? Oh, and the content. Okay, I see what it's doing. It is sending either a game or an error message with the player ID as a target. But if if it's not an actual player, if it's the GM, this means the target is 0, so it will go to everyone. So how would I change this to go to just a client? I gotta update this command, I think. Wait a minute. This only supports going to a player target, not a client target? Well, how does this work with actual chat messages then? Like Chat Whisper, how does this work? Well, yeah, if you whisper the GM, the target's gonna be... Oh, no, it's by name. Aha. So it's buggy. It turned into a string and we're using an ID instead of a string. That's the problem. So what string would I use then? Let me think about this. It depends on how it's executed, actually. Let me put a marker there. There's the bug. Whoops. There's the bug. And then, where are we searching for? Chat again? On chat? There it is. On chat. It just generates an ID. Oh, so it does go back to the coordinator again. Okay, fine. So it would be on chat executed then. Back in the coordinator. Messaging part of the coordinator. So it's formulating a message to be sent. Aha, here we go. If the client is an admin, the target has to be the string GM. Otherwise, if it's not an admin, the ID has to match. Oh, and okay, so we take the command target and we look it up. We do a number lookup, a string lookup. This string lookup looks at the name or address to ID. So it could be an email address or it could be a name. And it gets the target player, and that'll have the ID and then has to match the client. Okay. So the trick will be that it should go back to GM if player ID is 0. Otherwise, we should pick the player's name when we fill in. So I put in a bookmark there. If I fill in this target, it needs to either be GM if player ID is 0. If it's not 0, we should look up the player by the ID and fill in the name. Yes, okay, so let's do that. In the test first, right? Test first. So this is in messaging, so there'll be a corresponding messaging test framework. Here we go. And there might already be some tests for chat, so let me look for them. See anything about chat? Chat. Okay, can I select... Is there one about commands? That would be best. Chat error not sent to admin. What's this test about? Target unknown. Oh, this must have been a bug earlier where an unknown target would end up going to the GM. Okay, so that's not relevant. Is there one where we do a command? Aha. Well, that's whisper. Some command. Okay, well this is as good as any, I guess. Yeah, because it'll generate a chat command. We just need to make sure the target is correct. So I want to have 2 tests then, don't I? Where to put the test? I want to put it nearby these other chat tests. Yes. Space only ignored. Strip white space. Truncate max length. Those are whisper specific. Chat error. Okay. Actually, I guess we're at the bottom. We'll just put it down here. Okay, see ya, Gel Mega. I know you said you're new to game dev, but had a lot of general programming experience, but watching you reading your code has given you a lot of insight into best practices of general programming concepts. Well, thank you, A Squared. But I tend to think that, like, I have a lot of bad habits that I don't want to pass on to other people. So try not to make your files this big, like 2,000 lines. Too long. I fight against my own bad habits all the time. Like, this test is too big. It doesn't fit in one screen. You should try to make unit tests that fit in a screen or less. Your files should not be longer than like 1,000 or 800 lines. That kind of thing. Also, I do a lot of copy-paste, which is bad. I've been trying to train myself that instead of copy-pasting, whenever I feel the urge to copy-paste something, I really should have a helper function, a utility, that is called from multiple places, instead of having multiple copies. Tests, it's a little different story, though. You have to have another test. You can have test helpers, but a lot of the time, it makes the test harder to... Well, that's not true. When the parameters are important for the test, you kind of don't want to have them separate from the test itself in a helper somewhere. You kind of want the parameter specific to the test to show up in the test, like the line I'm going to do here. This will be Lua return 2 + 2. And we need to do it as admin, so I'm not going to care about players. Well, wait a second. I want one that works for... Actually, it's the only thing I care about right now is GM, because only the GM can do Lua commands. So this will be Lua command result returned to GM, or admin, as I call it in the code. File should be greater than 800 lines. When urged to copy-paste, make a function to be used by both things. Greater than or less than? I try to stick to files being smaller. All right, no test user then, right? Just put all the code on one line and more than 2,000 plus lines. I think you missed the kappa there. Yeah, I figured prof elements. Sorry. Didn't mean to laugh at that, but I make that mistake all the time too. I flip the less than greater than thing. It's fine. I understand. No one said there's a column limit. Actually, that's why I have this guideline here. I try to use... I don't use it as a hard and fast rule. You can see here I'm okay going beyond it. But when I get that long, it's like I start considering where can I wrap things. Like, I'm not going to wrap that because it's one thing, and I think it doesn't add anything. But if this had 2 arguments like foo bar comma, then I see that as a nice line break point, and I'll do something like that. But you can see even there, it's not a hard and fast rule. And I pick 80 characters because I'm old. Because I'm used to 80 character limit. There's a real reason for that. We had line printers that had a limit. You can't print beyond that line. And so you would literally have to wrap that or you wouldn't see those characters at all in your printout. But then soon after that, they made wider printers anyway. It went up to like 134 characters, and then now it's more of a what people feel like that they want to do. All right, so I want an admin, don't I? So bookmark that. Let me look for an admin connection. Perfect. Admin connection. And then, yeah, we're going to do an admin wait, aren't we? So there's no whisper. There's just a line. Admin send message. And... oh, wait, this is wrong. We're not going to get a chat. Yeah, this is wrong. It's here, right? On chat executed. So we have to pretend one was executed. Okay. So I got it backwards. It's not that we send the chat, it's that the chat has already been sent and then executed, and it comes back with a result. So I'm going to look for one of these, I guess. Where we make one. Yeah, there we go. Here's where we make one. That's exactly what I want. And the assert will be the message we get back, right? So back here, instead of sending this line, we pretend that the result comes back. So source would be not filled in, actually. The code does what? It just sets target. So target will be, hold on. Yeah. It's unexecuted, right? No. Wait, I'm confused about something. Where does this get called? The coordinator does do it, so where is it done? Time duration. Oh, it's done right there in line. Okay, so I was getting confused. It is done in line, so we do that. We should actually get a message into the journal with the result in it. And the target should be GM, because it's an admin. Right, so we get it. It's not null, it's chat. The source is, well, what is the source going to be? 0. The target is going to be GM. The chat type is going to be game. And the content will be irrelevant. I would have to know the exact time it executed. Actually, we mock time, right? Yes, I mock time, so it's going to be 0 because it doesn't change. It's going to be 0 to how many figures? Whatever LF gives you for 0. I guess I'll make a guess here. That it will be 6 figures. And then 4. Because that's 2 plus 2. Someone check my math. Is 2 plus 2 4? Alright, let's test it. Time bender, yeah. I mocked time. I mock you, time. That's what you do in test frameworks which deal with time, is you don't call the operating system's get time of day directly. You go through an interface that you can mock. So that's exactly what I do in the setup for all of these tests. I'll show you that. So in the common, there's a mock timekeeper. Where do I set that up? Timekeeper. Oh, because I'm matching case. Yeah, so there's a mock timekeeper where the time is just a property, and then the code under test calls this, and all that does is just return it. So very convenient for getting the time, like if the unit under test is time sensitive, so to speak, as long as you can make sure the time is always coming from a timekeeper that you can mock, very convenient. 2 plus 2 is 22? Oh, yeah, you're right. Hey there, Cthulhu. How are you doing? Getting closer to having that golem aggro on you, because now we have monsters which aggro in the real game. If you log into my game and you get too close to this guy, he's going to chase you and try to get you. These guys only chase you if you get within 1 square of them. These guys chase you within like 5 squares. And these guys over here, they're beasts. They'll chase you within 10 squares. And they won't give up unless you get 15 squares away. He could move through that wall because my camera was on there and I haven't deployed that fix. Anyway, all I need to do, Cthulhu, is add the golem to the game and have him only aggro on Cthulhu. And then that feature will be complete. Alright, let's run this test. Fails. See if it failed the right way. The target is 0. Right, that is the bug. It should be GM. Otherwise, that means the content was correct. I guessed that in the first try. So let me make sure I got that and that it's genuinely checking that. Sometimes I'm just not sure. Okay, yeah. So it was 6. It is 6 zeros. Is LF. Is there pathfinding? Not yet, but I want to add that. I'm going to add A-star pathfinding. When you do your evil laugh, you really have to let the hate is swelling in you now. Let the hate flow through you. Okay, see you, Nick Programmer. Oh, the Nick Program. I was working on my Emperor Palpatine voice acting, whatever. What do you call it? Voice impersonation last night. To my kids, they're like, "Oh, you can do it better than we can." But I'm like, okay, they're probably just trying to be nice and say it's not that great, but 4 stars. That's one thing I think would be cool to practice more and get better at is voice impersonation. Because I do that with my family members and they get a kick out of it, even if it's not very good. All right, so to fix this bug, I tagged the line. Here it is. So the generic fix would be, say, if player ID is 0, then we're going to make it GM. Otherwise, we're going to have to look up the name. And the lookup, it'll never actually get here, so technically I don't need to do it. And I can't test it yet because you can't get this. Well, unless I allowed mods to do Lua commands, then I could add a test player who is a mod. I'll put the code in here now, even though I can't test it. It's not that bad. It would be, we have to look up the player, so const auto player is impl profile players get player ID, and then chat command target is player dot name, like that. Don't let mods run Lua. Yeah, they could screw up the game big time. I would have to like not let them run any kind of Lua, but maybe only approved Lua functions. Kind of like what you can do in World of Warcraft mods, add-ons, right? You can do some things to your client, but you can't just do anything you want. In fact, you know what I could do? I could have a second Lua interpreter that is usable by players, and it's just restricted in what it can do. And then people could write add-ons for my game. Remember when Raimi made it rain in atoms? I don't remember that. That might have been before my time. Okay, why is the test not appearing here? I must have had a linker error, and it forgot where my tests were. Because I don't see it on the list. I do not see it on the list. There it is. Cool, now it's fixed. Let's run them all. All the messaging tests. I have a few broken tests hanging around here that I need to fix one day. Soon. But I think we're good on messaging tests. Yes. Okay. So the way to test this is this message will have shown up for me here, right? It didn't. Let me see that again. Lua return 2 plus 2. How come that didn't show up here? I'm logged in. Wait. I thought it was showing up for everyone in game. Is this just not working? Hello? No, it's not working. Why wouldn't it work? Oh, because I'm in... Oh, I'm stupid. This is the test environment. This is not. Here's the test environment. Okay, Lua return 2 plus 2. Right, you see the 4 show up for me, even though it should have only showed up for the GM, right? So let's snapshot the game and stop it and start it again. Do you have a clip of that playing with Skithers of Raimi making it rain? Raimi rain? What is this rain you're talking about? Wowee, exactly. Oh, and did I say hi to Raimi? I don't think I did. How are you doing, Raimi? Wowee, Raimi. Oop, I said wow. I did wowee, and then I did RE, and then autocomplete, and it did Resubaka. So Resubaka got an extra wowee. Have you not heard about the incident? I don't remember it. So yeah, we'd have to do that command in Adam's chat, right? While his bot is running. Okay. Ready to test this. So return 2 plus 3. Okay, it's still happening. Did I not fix it? Did I not stop it? Why would it still happen? Aha, Toulouse linked it. Thank you, Toulouse. I'll give you a point. Should I watch it? Okay, we'll watch it. Pause and refresh. And this is not in the correct context. I need this in... You won't be able to hear the audio unless I do it in this window.
Okay, out of curiosity, who checked their points today? Has anyone checked their points today?
How long is the clip?
Yeah, so Lewis had 42 earlier. Now how many does Lewis have? 304. Oh boy. Oh, Raimi. why would you do it with 1,000? Why would you make it so difficult for me? It increased by 300 for everyone. I don't understand why I would do that.
It was last year, huh? Okay, I must have missed it.
This is...
Oh, it's back in April. Okay, that's right before I started watching Adam's channel. So, for those of you who don't know, do I have a direct command for this? Yes, I do. So that was Adam13531. If you haven't seen the stream, you should check it out if you haven't. That's not what really happened. The clip doesn't really capture what happened. Yeah, but I enjoyed Adam's reaction when he realized what happened. Let it rain. Trying to figure out why it's still doing that. Let's actually debug this. So this should show up on the network, right? Reload. And then I'll send the chat. So Lua return 2 plus 5. Here's the chat ID. The target is GM. Wait a minute, why is it sent to us then? We're not the GM. Oh, is target only used for whispers? Okay, let me do a game command that should be only directed to me would be if I attack, right? And these swing and a miss. So what is, let me go back to here. Oh, get out of my way. He's in my way. Get out of my way. Okay, now that it's quiet, let me look and see that message. Oh, there's no target, is there? And then the other one, it looks like what? Lua return 2 plus 10. So this has an additional chat ID. Okay, there's still a bug because when the target's GM, it shouldn't be sending into my character. So what's going on? Yeah, okay, so this part's fine. It's just we're missing another test to capture the actual bug, right? Lua command result not returned to other players, right? You change Atom 135 to run to add spaces between the parentheses and the botline link since Twitch won't parse that link properly. Oh, good call. Good call. Hey there, 715209. Let me fix that chat command while it's still in my mind. Since I can just go in here and I can add the spaces. There and there. Done. Oops. And I mistyped it. There we go. Hope that's better. Think you could also add the HTTPS part to force the link? Well, I don't think it's needed. Oh, you mean like without the spaces, you could put HTTPS and it would force it to be a link? I'd rather it be short and have the spaces. You wrote it in a self-contained sentence so you could copy-paste into the notes? Yeah, but I just fixed it directly. Then I don't have to put it in my notes, right? So it came in and you did make it rain 1,000, not knowing Adam had fixed it, and by fixing it broke it more. So instead of randomly distributing 1,000 points, it gave people a random value between 0 and 1,000 points instead. Oh. So you helped him test. You didn't do anything wrong. Phantom bot that's coded to give 1 to X points randomly to everyone, not split it evenly. Okay. Huh, interesting. I don't think I quite understand, but yeah, Adam's reaction was just was typical, like, very entertaining Adam. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, we should all appreciate you, pen testers, so to speak, right? May have been that Toulouse, and at least you always understood is how you explained it. Not sure if Adam tweaked that or never got the true purpose of the command. Open to interpretation, possibly, right? Is it random points or random distribution, right? Okay, let's put in this. There's still a bug, so let's do this. I want. Actually, we know what I want is that it's when it comes back around, because this target. Oh, it's only if the message is a whisper. Shoot, is that the problem? So how are game messages sent if there's no target? I need to trace that through, I think. Let me trace it through. So if I think that's ECS feedback. So let's go to the ECS code. Where is it? Oh, thanks for the follow. You found another clip that man's name? Albert Einstein. I won't follow that clip, but anyone who wants to is welcome to. Your mouse is dying? No! Is it battery powered? And you get some new batteries? Well, the prod is a testing environment for me, sort of, because I edit stuff directly into the game. I was doing that yesterday. In the future, I'll have to not do that because if people are paying to play and I'm screwing up the game, it sort of sucks for them. At that point, I'll probably have a test realm, like a public test realm where everything is free, but you're gonna have to expect bugs, right? And then the prod will really be only push to when everything is well tested. Oh, the 2008 model Razer Naga. It's just dying though. I have the same mouse that Adam does, just out of pure coincidence, and I killed mine somehow. Like the mouse wheel stopped working. I had to buy another one. It maybe it has served you well long enough, Rami, and now it is retiring, and you'll have to get a new mouse. Yeah, so the wheel is maybe the first thing to go, and now the normal buttons are going. Okay, I'm tracking that message down. It's in how come I'm having trouble? Oh, it's here, right? ECS. There's feedback. Feedback. Oh, that's right. The feedback. There's like a set feedback delegate here on ECS feedback. There it is. Food's ready. Enjoy your food. Playing with Skizzers. Oh, it's already been 2 hours? All right, here it is. Oh, this is sent directly. This doesn't go through the normal chat system. That explains it. So would I want to do the same thing then? Just call on ECS feedback directly? From, let's say, bookmark that. I don't need that. Let's keep that. And keep that. Well, hold on. This is if chat is executed. Yeah, I don't think we want to go through that because it's the normal chat system. I guess I could whisper. I could have the server whisper back to the GM. So instead of it being game, it's whisper. But then error. How is error treated? I don't remember. Cables are superior? Yeah. It depends. Some of the wireless ones are fine. Other wireless ones like just act up. Someone will run the microwave and your mouse stops working. It's like, ugh. Depends, right? Do I not have a bookmark set? Oh no, I do right here. So if this is from messaging, can it access ECS feedback? It can, right? Yeah, why am I doing it as a chat when I could just do a message directly? I don't remember why. The only reason to make it a chat command is if we need to get a chat ID and everything associated with it. Yeah, I don't need to do this. So I guess that means to fix this, it's a design fix then. Thanks for the follow. The design fix would be that this does not generate a command, but it sends a message directly back. So I would expect it to be equal now. And instead of doing that, we'll expect a message back. So where do I do that? Like here, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. We'll expect a message to return to the admin. That's admin get text messages received. Does that mean I have to wait for it? Yes. Well, wait one worker loop so that we receive any messages that thread or that worker may be in the process of delivering. And we will get a type chat with no ID game target is... I guess the target doesn't really matter anymore, does it? We're going to remove the requirement that there be a target, and we'll just put the message in here. Yes, okay. So that's it. And maybe I can combine these two. Actually, I think that's what I'm going to do. Only. To admin only. So to combine the two, that means I need to have a player login, which means I need to have a player. I am muddling my words badly today. Add test user. It doesn't, I don't need to, they don't need to be masked or unmasked or whatever. After we've caught up, which is probably a good thing to do, we add the admin connection, we add the player connection who then logs in as Alex. The admin sends the Lua command. The admin gets something, and then we should have a similar thing for the player. The player does not receive anything. And then I don't need this test since these are combined now. Okay, there we go. That's the test. It's going to totally fail because it'll actually fail right on this line. Actually, and this might as well be an expect. It's going to fail that. It's going to definitely fail that. It'll probably pass that. Let's see. Yep, so it failed that first one, and it failed the second one, and then the third one passed. That's what I expected. Okay. So, I technically don't need that anymore. This one. So we are not making a chat command. I don't need to do the target. The content we can construct. Or I can just build it in place, and then we will have a chat command, a chat type. So let me steal from, let me put a bookmark there to steal from what I did in ECS feedback, right? Oh, thanks for the follow. Yeah. This is in the check, right? Well, indirectly. So it's not like it needs to be routed between servers, so I don't need to do this server routing thing. I can just send it, right? So it's not, I don't need to do this. Yeah, I can just format the message directly. Yeah, so we can just say, oh, wait a minute, I'm not given access to their socket, though. That's a problem. How would I change that? I'd have to give the WebSocket to all of them. This seems familiar, like I've done this before. Is there a reason that I can't give the WebSocket out to this function? It's a command handler. So on chat, well, chat check, no, chat check does this, right? No, it was chat make command. It just does that. And, oh yeah, that's right. It is done on the leader server. Right, that's why I didn't do the WebSocket, because it does have to be routed. So then, okay, I'll just cheat, so to speak. We already have the code in ECS feedback to do it, so I'm just going to call on ECS feedback directly from here. So it's just going to be impl on ECS feedback, and the type is message, JSON object. And it has to follow the conventions I was using for that, right? It has to have like a, let's see. If I just search for that, I'll find it. Maybe not. Okay, where? Okay, yeah, here. Right, we have to set the server and client ID. Or no, actually, yeah, how do I do need to set the server and client ID, don't I? So I might not actually have that information, but that's actually what I want. There's message. Okay, that means there's a message, which is itself a JSON object. And then there's these two keys that we need. So that's already in the namespace, right? So I can just do that. And these are the variables I don't have. That's going to be we have the player ID, but we don't have the server and client ID. I need to get that somehow. And then the message itself is, it should look like, not in the tests. It would be like, okay. Where would I find this? Like when there's a game message. I guess I can look at any of these. When someone attacks you, right? It's this chat. Okay, so that's... I can search for chat and find it in components. Impl chat. Here it is. Type line chat type. And the line is this, so I can just put that in place of this and clean that up. Chat type depends on this. Can I just make it a tertiary thing? Like this? I think I can. I can do it. And then this goes away, right? And then we don't actually do a command. And the syntax is all messed up. There we go. Okay, so the only thing that's a problem is I don't have a server ID and a client ID. I have a player ID, which might be 0, meaning it's a GM. So how do I get it back to them? How did the other code do it? That's a good question. I'm glad I asked myself that. If we have a player, it's not broadcasted, and we... Oh, okay, so we don't need a server ID. Yeah, what happens if it's sent to the GM, though? I guess a 0 player ID is allowed? It's not broadcast. That's not true. Yeah, so it would never get to the GM unless we knew the exact server and client ID. So to get it, how does it work now to go to the GM? It doesn't. Well, yeah, the GM never needs to interact with the entity component system. Or there is no way for it to yet. So I can't steal any code from here. This is essentially what I would have to do, though, right? If a player ID is given, we have to find which client ID it is. So how do we know which server ID it is? We don't. Oh, it's going to loop through them all. Right. Yeah. It's going to find the server ID, and if it's... What if it's us? Where is that done? Oh, right here. It sends it directly. Ultimately, I need the client and server ID of whoever sent the chat. So I need that. How will I get that? going back to where it's in the table. That's on chat. Or no, chat make command. That has the server and client ID. I just have to pass it in, that's the thing. Okay, so we're gonna have to pass them in. We're passing it in, here we're doing it. We're doing it. Okay, so that has to change. To include this information as well. So I can... This must be documented somewhere, so let me just find it. It's not. I must have documented server ID somewhere. Yes, many places. I can pick any of these. Which one do I want? We'll just pick this. Go back. And paste. Okay, this is the unique identifier of the server to which the client who sent the command, chat command, is connected. This is the unique identifier of the server to which the client who sent the chat command is connected. I think that's correct English. This is the serial number of the connection through which the client sent the chat command. That's good enough. Okay, so we're gonna end up copying this a bunch of places, right? Right, so it needs to be here. And that means when it delegates to the handler, it has to include it as well. Remove the int. Okay, so that means the prototype of this handler has to change now. So that is a chat command handler, so it needs those and the documentation for it as well. So that's this. All right, now that means all the chat command handlers are broken just now. So those are all set up here. So make chat command handler has to be modified. And I need these two lines. There and there, and then this is really a template that adapts. So some people call this kind of thing a thunk. Whatever you want to call it. I call it an adapter or a wrapper template to bind. It's basically a form of binding. But that means everywhere we use that template, all of these have to be updated now. Yeah, this is going to be a pain, isn't it? All right. Well, we have to do it. Wait a second. Can we do these all? These are all grouped together. That's not so bad. Yeah, we can do them all, right? On chat, this and that, right? Well, I've got some of them. I feel like I'm missing some, but that's fine. Player ID, player ID, player ID. How many am I missing? I'm missing... Where would it show up here? I'm missing 3, so chat teleport. I feel a sneeze coming on. Don't you hate it when you feel a sneeze coming on? Oh, that sneeze wants to come out soon. What's worse is when you think you need to sneeze and then you can't. All right. Mod and unmod. Copy, paste. Oh, where's mod? There's mod. Where's unmod? Oh, there it is. Okay. So they're all in ECS. That's nice. I don't know if I'll actually use these commands through chat much longer, actually. Because they're kind of awkward, and the built-in panels in the front end actually are kind of easier to use anyway than chat commands. Anyway. Alright, so now I gotta go through the implementations of all these guys and add these arguments that might not be used. They're only actually going to be used by the one that really needed it, right? The Lua one. This one. So we route the result back to the client that sent the command. That's the whole point of that. And then these don't actually use it. Talking about sneezing, most of your sneezes come when you're having food? Ooh, then you like spray food everywhere? Yikes. Okay, these need that. Well, they're passed in by convention whether they're needed or not. There we go. Back to the tests. Run. It didn't work. Well, it's past 1 out of, or past 2 out of 3. It's this, it didn't actually send it to the correct target. So I guess I'm figuring out why. It might be... No, this should have worked. Suppose I can debug it. So this will route to on chat Lua, right? And then I can put a breakpoint there and then run in the debugger. Okay, player ID is 0. Server 85. Client, why is client ID 0? That's not good. That should not be 0. Trace it all the way back. Why is it 0? Why? Why is 0? Is this it? Why do we do that? No. Why? Why am I doing that? That's not cool. I need to know that ID so we can get it back to that connection. There's a reason I did this. I just can't remember exactly what it was. It had to do with like this, if it's an admin. I think it's just because I was too lazy to include client is admin as an argument to append command. I think that's what it comes down to. I just risk breaking a lot of things if I change this. I think I should do it though. How many times is that done? Twice. One in... Okay, there's 2 types of client messages. One which includes a reCAPTCHA and the other one that does not. Both of them do this trick because they both end up going to append command, right? Yeah, it's append command that takes it. Okay, there's also forwarded message. Why? Oh. Actually, yeah, why would I Okay, that I think that's in place. No, this should still be this will be 0 for the for a GM, right? No, 0 could also be that they're not logged in. That was why. I have to go through all the messages that handle the forwarding. So what? How does the message forwarding work again? This shows up somewhere. Not here, okay. Is it up here? Server to server messages? Oh wait, no, this also does something to that, doesn't it? No. This evil macro does. I remember that. Register client message. Oh, that's what we were just looking at. Oh, here it is. Yeah, so we recover the client ID. Oh, okay. So it's just an append command. So if I change this to not 0 out the client ID, but instead include a client is admin separately, then I don't need this junk. Or don't need this junk, right? And then I would get the client ID correct. It just shut off while you're playing CSGO, and now it seems like it's not getting any power at all. Probably your power supply is busted. That's happened to me a bunch of times. One way to tell would be to look at see if any lights are coming on the motherboard. Even when the PC is off, usually a light will show up on the motherboard if it's getting standby power. Hey there, Hamat. What's up? We're fixing bugs. Fixing bugs today. So right now I'm working on a bug where for my game, the result of doing a manual Lua command from the GM actually spams the entire server. So the example was here, where I had set like Lua return 2 plus 2, and it says 4, but it's also showing up on the player connection. So to solve that, I'm having to change like how I route messages inside my server backend. And I'm looking at how that's done, and I was looking at this, and I'm like, uh-oh. I need to hold on to the client ID to know which connection to send it back on, but if it's a GM or an admin connection, it's zeroing it out, and that's going to be a problem. That's why it's failing this test right now. It is not sending the message back to the admin because client ID is 0, probably. Yep, need to fix that. So the problem is I'm going to have to go through all the commands and all the command handlers, all of these guys, and figure out which ones actually look at client ID and compare it to 0. Actually, a lot of these would route through here, right? How does this work? Ah, it is admin message. Yes. How does this work? Oh, it goes through another table, doesn't it? No, it goes through the same table, client message handler. But how do we? There's got to be some kind of check though. Where is the check? I don't see the check. What's the difference then between register admin message and registered client message? You do have lights. They're not on either. Is there a way you can for sure check if it's the power supply? If you're competent in basic electronics, what you can do, I think, is while everything's still connected, you can check the voltage on the 12 volt or 5 volt lines of the power supply. But you got to know what you're doing. You don't want to short anything out, and you don't want to you don't want to like short anything in your computer or shock yourself. So I'd be careful. Only do if you know what you're doing. Yeah, you just check for a voltage on the power buses. Can you ask questions on how I learned programming? Or I don't mind if you ask questions. I have a little introduction to that, like what my experience has been. But if you have questions, I don't mind if you ask. I'm just trying to. This is like code I wrote like months ago, and now I'm already hating my past Raimu self that I didn't make this very readable. At some point, this should not do what it should not do the command if we're not an admin. In fact, it's using client ID. What are we doing here? Oh, admin message handlers. That's the key. That's it. Then why do we have client ID at all? Actually, I think I know why. Here we preserve the ID, and in normal client message we don't. Yeah, that was it. It's this fourth argument to append. Oh, this has only 3 arguments. Interesting. Where is append? Right, it only takes the server. Okay, because we know it's the admin. Yeah. And this one has extra stuff in it because we don't. Yeah, all right. I understand now. Yeah, I hope you figured out EQX. But yeah, if there's no lights coming on, and when you just plug the power supply in and into the motherboard, even if you don't turn on the PC, some LED should pop up to either way, either good or bad. Something if nothing lights up, then yeah, probably the power supply blew out. If you smell like that burnt plastic smell, that's a big indicator that something like a capacitor blew up. If you have a spare power supply, you can try that out instead. The past self is really stupid or a genius. It's the eternal struggle. Yes, exactly. You know it. Usually it's that my past self was just ignorant or lazy. All right, so it doesn't this design flaw doesn't affect these admin messages. It's all in these client messages plus some of these. No, not those. Oh, these ones don't need to be routed. That's why they're up there on the table directly, and these do get routed. Okay, that makes sense. So, like, for example, auth, this is glued with check and make command. So if I look up auth response check, interesting. Actually, so it's not the checks, it's the make commands that get the client ID. So what if I look for all make commands and not that this one? Yes. Oh, some of these are gonna be, yeah. We don't care about admin. Okay, I'm looking through. Yeah, it's not gonna be in these login ones. Maybe this one though. No, that's admin only as well. Shoot. Which one is it gonna be? Create temporary entity should also be an admin only thing. Okay, let me look at this table again to find what one would be a difference if it's from an admin or only. Probably the profile one, right? Change profile. Change profile. Yeah, here we go. So this is bad. In fact, the fact that I have a comment here at all means it's a code smell, like something's wrong. I should just have a parameter called isAdmin, and then this should just say if isAdmin, right? Then we get the real player ID from the message after we look it up and stuff like that. Yeah. So how many times did I do this? Twice. So I was just trying to be clever by using a 0 for that, meaning it came from an admin, but that's really a mistake. Right, because, yeah, the delete account and create and change profile, like, those are sort of two different commands in one. If it comes from an admin, it has a different meaning than if it comes from a normal user. Do you have tips for absolute beginners, which books you can buy and understand programming, and what you can do to master it? You tried learning Java several times. Now you try your luck on C#, but you don't want to fail again. You start slow with tutorials. Later on, you want to go to Unity. Okay, if you're going towards Unity, yeah, there's like Clayman said, there's lots of YouTube videos there that can help you in different ways and in different techniques to pick up stuff in Unity. Yes, Hamat did Unity, and that's okay. Your English is just fine. I understand exactly what you're asking. As far as books, I don't have any books for C#, but I do have some for other things. So where was that? I had that under, is it overview? Advice on learning programming? Do I have I think I have a command for that. Maybe not. Anyway, it's this page. For some reason, I don't know. I don't remember which command it is. Oh, it's learn. Thank you, Toulouse. Advice. I should just alias the two, right? So alias learn advice. And make sure that I actually did something. I should make that command give me some kind of feedback, shouldn't I? Advice is an alias of learn now. Great. Okay, cool. That's exactly what I want to check. Yeah, so back to the books, right? So I'm open to suggestions on what to recommend for C#, but right now I only have book recommendations for JavaScript and C++. JavaScript, you don't know JS, and JavaScript, the good parts. C++, Scott Meyer's books are excellent. Really, I need, I don't know. I need some book recommendations for C#. Right now, I like the idea that Clayman said, just go look up YouTube videos. And in fact, if you go to Unity's site, they have like a learning section where they have things curated there or links to other YouTube videos. I would just try those out. And don't feel bad when you try and have trouble learning. It might be that you just haven't hit on the right learning material yet. Learning material is sort of student sensitive. So some students learn better by doing, others by reading, others by watching, and others a combination of those. So don't give up. Try different styles. If the YouTube videos don't work out, we'll have to try to find, you have to try to find some kind of books out there. I'm sorry I don't have a recommendation, but there's probably some out there you could try. Yeah, never apologize for bad English. It's great that you try to use it, and I wish I knew your language so that I could respond in a way that would be easier for you to understand. Don't do Unity tutorials, really? You would stay away from the official Unity program tutorials? Really? Because I went through their tutorials and they were okay, I thought. But then again, I already knew C#. So you might have a point. I should say that might be something to watch out for, yes. They're really bad habits for very specific situations. Okay. So Wait a minute. Were we getting conflicting advice here? Don't do Unity tutorials, but then Clayman says tutorials are very high quality too. So, Hamat, my community is sort of a combination of other streamers, communities, and then random people. A lot of people that are viewing my channel today are also regulars in Adam's channel. He's not streaming this week, but I look up to him a lot and have learned a lot from him. You should check out his stream when he comes back next week. He may actually have some recommendations on learning C#. So you're not going to build the next hit with them, but you're going to start somewhere. Yeah, exactly. You got to get started, and then I learn best from making mistakes, quite frankly. I'll try something, and then it doesn't work, and then I'll just analyze, well, why didn't it work? Step through it with a debugger. If you have good tools, like if you know how to use the code editor, you know what this squiggly line means, and use those. I see a lot of programmers, which they'll be coding, and there'll be a red squiggly line, and they're just like oblivious to it, and they're like, oh, I want this. Why isn't this working? And I'm like, just mouse over it and see what it says. It's undefined, right? Yeah, getting used to your editor and getting used to a debugger will really help you, because you can just try something. You can make a guess, run through the debugger, and the debugger will tell you, did it do what you thought it would do or not, right? All right. Yeah, so I'm going to remove the little hack about setting this to 0 and actually put this flag in. So that's going to affect pretty much everything that uses this macro, right? So this will be a make factory command changes to include an isAdmin, right? Yeah, isAdmin. This is going to affect a lot of things, actually. It's going to be gross. All right, that's the factory. Yeah, so it broke everything here. This broke too? But we know it's admin. It's true. That just means it's hard coded to true in the other template, right? So where was that? There's another template around here somewhere. Yeah, this where is it? Is it here? Register client message? Yeah, here we go. Right, admin message 2. So when we call the factory, right? Yeah, so this factory type has to change. Bool isAdmin. All right, and then parameter input. This indicates whether or not it has to be forwarded too. I need to remember that. This indicates whether or not the message originated from a client which authenticated itself as a game administrator. All right. You had to unlearn a lot of stuff they do, really. I mean, I think that's true in general for lessons where you're learning something like beginner level lessons. They have to make shortcuts and abbreviate, because if they told you all the things you should do, it would distract away from the lesson. So like a lot of times, Hello World is very, very truncated and is missing a lot of stuff, because if they put in all the things that technically you should have, it would just get in the way. I don't think it's cynicism. I think you have a point. Hold on a second. There's a question in the background. I'll be right back in a minute. Sorry, I had to do a little emergency dental work on my dog. My dog was chewing on some plastic and got a bit of plastic between some back teeth, and I had to wiggle it out because she was very irritated by that. What did I miss while I was gone? Okay, Toulouse said, you know, I have is admin flagged in other places, but do you need to take into account that you want to have types of admins? Maybe later. Right now, no. The problem is I don't know exactly what I'm going to want later. But yeah, that is a good point. That's a good point. Get it? Yeah, and Prof Elements is right too. Something like that, yeah. I'm gonna opt to not do it yet and just keep. Well, it's just gonna be the type of this has to change, right? From a Boolean to something else, probably. I'll accept the cost of going back and changing this later. Is what I'll do. Yeah, but yeah, you're right. I want to have that, but not yet. Okay, so that change is gonna break this unless we pass it in. So it has to be passed in there. And then, why? Okay, no comma there. Someone opened the door. Now dog barking. Hold on a second. Sorry. Front door was locked and a kid came home. It wasn't door to door, it was a kid. They could have gone around to the side, but he didn't. All right, anyway, getting distracted a lot today. I'm buying a new knife set. Nope. That's the other streamer. Is that even a thing anymore? Door-to-door salesman? Yeah. Interesting thing. So like the last door-to-door salesperson said, well, if you don't buy things from door-to-door salespeople, why don't you have a no solicitor sign? And I said, that's a good question. I'll ask my wife. I asked my wife later, why don't we have a no solicitor sign? She said, that's a good idea. Why didn't I think of that? Then she said something like, well, we had one when I was growing up and it didn't work. So I guess I just assumed not to bother because it wouldn't work. Okay, see you, Amy. Yeah, I had people interrupt. Yeah, happens maybe once a week. All right, anyway, getting back to work. This flag is passed in, so append, yeah, it has to be passed in here. And so this is going to be required for the client message handler. Is that true? Well, no, we can get it from client. Oh, actually, no, this is for admins, right? So this is always going to be true. Actually, if that's going to always be true, I don't even need to pass it. I don't need this, right? I can just say true. Because it's checked elsewhere. So that simplifies it greatly. This one, though, we'll need to know. Is admin? Don't know. Append command. Right, so this is admin. Actually, it's right here. That's exactly what I want. And then I get rid of this code. Client ID is just client.id. And then I can get rid of that. If it needs to be forwarded, This is the original client ID, correct? So I will want to tell them if it's an admin or not. So forwarded message is admin equals that. And then the recipient, I need to decode that. I think that's down here, right? Yes, right here. Bool, or actually, it's implied, right? So I can just do message is admin. Right? I think so. And then I got to do it again. Because there's the version with it where there's a reCAPTCHA. All right. This is like major surgery to the command exchange part of the coordinator. All right, so we're eliminating, well, we're just taking this out, really. Pasting it there. Oh, wait a minute. That needed to have a name. So let's just const auto it. And then, well, I need to do the same thing for the IP address, right? I mean, for the, is admin. Well, is admin is fine. And then capture that there. Use it there. Forward it here. And peel it back out down here. Yes. Okay, so that's the mechanical part of it. Now, all of the actual handlers need to adjust, right? Yeah. So this is going to be a pain. Actually, hold on. There's a macro I did for defining it, right? This one. So I can just add it here. Then I only need to change the CPP files. So macro working for me instead of the other way around. I like it. So that should get all those red squigglies to go away. Right. So then it's in where the CPP files, these all don't match anymore until I do this. Right? Then they match again. So a lot of these don't care. So can I just search for that in CPP files and find them all? I think so. This might not be so bad then. In fact, I should do this convention where I comment it out if I don't actually need it, right? That's probably a wise thing to do. In fact, this should just do it for all of them, right? Let's just fix that while we're here. How do you actually share the WebSocket everywhere? The WebSocket is held on to in the data structure that each server has for its collection of clients, if that makes any sense. So where's that? Messaging holds on to that. Messaging, where art thou? Okay, clients. Where is it? Oh, it's in the header file. So it'll be like at the top of this thing. Clients. Holds information currently known or tracked about any clients connected to the server. So clients is a map from a WebSocket pointer to a client record. So it's the keys to this map are all the shared pointers to the WebSockets that you can use to talk back to those clients. May not be entirely right, but it looks like the client gets a status of some kind from the server that says which address and ports are valid and open from the server using something in React, and then client connects to a random valid socket. Yes, it's exactly how it works. You can only see this JS stuff. Yeah. So there is a client config. You might have been able to tell that, right? So you can actually look at it yourself. You go to this /client config JSON, and it's this string. So this is written to S3 directly by the game servers. It's JSON, so we can look at it. Format. So it has the site key for the reCAPTCHA. So this is the public end of the reCAPTCHA. And then these are the servers that are currently online. Their host names and their port numbers. So it's all public information, right? It's constructed on the fly by the backend servers and posted to S3 so that when you load the front end knows how to talk to the backend. Happy bug fixing day? Well, thank you very much, Sponged. Yeah, so in the front end, we take this list and we just pick one at random and connect to it through the, where is it? It's in the middleware for the game connection. There's a WSS, right? New WebSocket, pick the host and port number, and yeah, it's this connect to server action. Connect to all servers, we would loop through and connect to all of them, but if it's just to connect to one, I picked a random integer between 0 and not including the length. We extract the host and port number from that configuration, and then we do this action, which does the WebSocket. So it's pretty straightforward on the JavaScript side. Lots of random letters and function arrays and crap client code. Oh, it's not that it's auto-generated, it's that it's web-packed, right? So the original code is easier to read. I got asked yesterday, am I going to open source the front-end client? I might end up doing that because there's nothing really secret about it. It's most of the stuff that would I'd want to not open source, like because I want to monetize it, would be the actual game content itself and the mechanics of the game, which should be on the server side. The reCAPTCHA key is not private. It is the public end of it. So a little brief detour to explain the reCAPTCHA v3, I think we can find it. They have an API document here. Is this it? Someplace they'll have the API. I guess I should just search for API. Developer's Guide, here we go. I think it's under this section. Yeah. So there will be a key and a secret. So this is not ever to be shown. This is on, so I keep this in the back end only, and I try to keep it so I never show it on stream. But where is it? This is not the best explanation page. Where is it? Is it the sign up thing? No, I don't want to accidentally go there. Oh, maybe it's here. Oh no, it's not here. Where is it? Maybe if I do site key. Yeah, it's weird. They yeah, site key and secret key. That's what it is. Site key. It's a key pair. The site key is meant to be public. Okay, again, this is not the right page. I want the better page. Is it frequently asked questions? Is not it. Oh, maybe this is it. Yeah, so here's the test ones, right? And it's the site key, you give both the client and the server, so it's not secret. But then the secret key is the backend. Backend shares it with Google and doesn't share it with anyone else. Yeah. I try to use the same name, so I said site key, right? Not secret key. If you ever see it say reCAPTCHA secret key, let me know and I'll delete the VOD and I'll go and change my key. Right. Okay, so that is added there. I forgot to hit save on that. I was searching through all of these, right? And a lot of these will have to have that added now. When they're not going to use them. Oh, here's another example of one that doesn't care. So just do that. And another one there. Actually, this won't be so bad, because I'll just hit all of these in order. I'll just go through them all right now. There's a fair number of them, aren't there? There are a bunch. There are a lot of game commands, for sure. Did I show one in episode 1? Oh, the one that I didn't actually save the VOD for? Back when I didn't know what I was doing as a streamer. Yeah, episode 1 is forever lost because I didn't actually record it. I thought that Twitch would record it, and it did for 2 weeks, and then it got deleted. I'm like, it's not saved forever? Well, that's a problem. Let me go and make sure that at least I record from now on. So I do 2 things. I record... Oh, what am I doing? That already had it. I record it locally, and then on every Sunday I also use Twitch's built-in export feature to export all my VODs to YouTube. It's extra time here, but I'll do it anyway, just to mark those as not needed. And again, not needed. Okay, hopefully not too many more, and I can then... I need to go through the ones that had that weird comment that rely on it being 0, right? Okay. This use... See, these don't use a server or client ID. This one obviously doesn't use anything. Actually, it doesn't use any... I really should hit them all, shouldn't I? Doesn't use anything. That's like... Oh, here's one that needed it. That's good. And so I don't need that anymore. And it actually uses it. Yay! The fetch profile doesn't need it. Okay. Does fetch profile actually do any checking? No. Alright. Yeah, okay. Log out, sure. Delete account uses it. Oh boy, a lot of work. Click, 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 click. Obviously not using your parameters. There's more. Oh no, those we're fine with. And that is different. We don't care about that one. Let's just see if I missed anything. Why do I need to define all those things? The, these ones? They're filling in a lookup table so that when a string comes in, like get tickets, that it actually calls it dispatches that to the correct handler for the message. That's what we're doing. Oh, I see. No, couldn't incrementally link. Did a full link. Okay, fine. All right, did I screw everything up, or is it going to work now? That's the question. Test, test, test. Here. Run it. It works. But do they all work? Do they all work? Actually, I should test the entire coordinator, shouldn't I? So I should do the same thing for mail and golem. I wonder why that takes so long to run. I think my tests are like too complicated. Like they shouldn't take like almost half a second for every test to run. All right, that's good. ECS. That some of that broke. I think these are the ones I might have broken. Actually, what's this one? I think it's unrelated to my change. Yeah, I'll look at that one later. It's unrelated to the messaging change. Just run them all. Yeah, I could. But I've already run some of them. I'm doing roughly the equivalent. They don't run in parallel anyway. They all run serially. Oh, what broke here? Oh, the forwarding is broken. Interesting. Oh, these tests look at exactly what is forwarded. And this has the isAdmin in there, and which is not expected. Okay, so I really should update those. These ones are sensitive to exactly what content is in the forwarding. So yeah, this has an isAdmin false now. And probably this one too. Yeah, login forwarded to leader, not an admin. That's the one I just looked at. This one's next. Password reset request forwarded, yes, not an admin. Set new password forwarded, also not an admin. All right, rebuild and just run these ones only. Probably have something broken in there too. Run. Okay, the one that failed before is passing. What's failing here? Oh, what's this? Received from, okay. Change player profile received from this. So it's the opposite. We have to send... Oh, actually, wait a minute. What's going on here? Oh, yeah, it's expecting to send... What is it expecting? It's not going to make the change. Why? Change player profile received from follower. Oh, because we're not identifying ourselves as an admin. It should only be done if an admin requested it, right? Yeah, that's why. Yeah, the test wasn't set up right. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna say it's good. So let's try it out on the real thing. We don't need this window anymore. Snapshot the game and stop and start again. Connecting. Connection established. Caught up to cluster. All right, so far so good. Just clear the chat. Yep, everything's fine. This is fine. This is fine. Let's reset this. I'm just clearing the chat is what I'm doing. Okay, so Lua, return 2 + 2. It didn't go anywhere. It didn't go to him either. Hello? Oh, because I ran it from the wrong window, right? No, it just didn't go anywhere. If the admin says, yo, that does go through. Okay, so now it doesn't work at all. Completely broke it. Let me check to see if it's not sent at all, or if it's sent and it's just not showing up on the front end. Lua, return 2 + 2, please. It did send something. Oh, it did come back, but it didn't show up here. Why not? Oh, did I mess that? I messed that up, didn't I? Yeah, that's messed up. So what it should look like is, let's do it here. The similar thing to like where, like a message, like that. And I didn't have the network thing loaded, so I need to do it again. Actually, that is correct. It should have shown something. Type chat, chat type error, or chat type game. Is it that game doesn't show up right? Move out of here because it's too active and look at this again. It says game, swing and miss, right? So why did this not work? Everything looks the same. I don't know. Let's force an error. Lua error. Hi. It should have... Okay, so something's wrong with the chat tab, I think, in the front end. I should look at what happens for chat messages on the front end. It could be that we're just tossing it because it's missing something for the GM. Let me look. Game... server messages, chat, on chat, right? So... Oh, we ignore it unless it came from the leader. Oops. Okay. That's because we're connected to 3 servers and we're gonna like receive them from all 3 connections, right? That should be okay because the ID, every chat has an ID now, right? So let me comment this out and see what happens. What's the worst that could happen? We'll get like duplicate messages. Return 2 + 2. 4. Meanwhile, the player didn't get anything. If the player chats and says hi, okay, there's the problem. We received it 3 times. But they'll all have the same chat ID, so this reflect chat received must be reduced wrong. It should like ignore... Did I misspell this? No. I just need to remove this. It should ignore it if a chat message with the same ID comes in. I bet it's not doing that though. Yeah, it's just adding it. It's ignoring. It's not looking to see if the ID is in there. It would be expensive to search the entire chat history for that ID, wouldn't it? Unless I had a set of some kind. What happened, Sponged? Welp. Welp is usually like, Welp, I did it again. Welp, something's broken. Welp, gotta go. I suppose I could have a set, and if we've done that, well, no, this should not have side effects. So really, I should do it here. This is my middleware. I should just record if I've seen this before. Can you send it in the Discord? Sure. What is it? You can send it. You tap nothing 3 times on the respawn menu. Oh, yeah, that's a bug. If you run into that situation, just hit reload. It's what's happening is when you get hit and then you die and then you immediately get hit again, you die again. It re-enters the death dialogue. You can't escape it. Yeah, right now the workaround is you have to refresh when that happens. It should only happen if like you happen to have 2 enemies hitting on you at the exact same time, which actually should happen more regularly now that the NPCs aggro from you getting too close to them. In fact, that's probably something I want to get to today, right? Isn't that on my list? I don't see it. I should add it though, right? It's not this one. Okay, I don't have it on the list. Let's add it. This should be on here. When they hit on you, yeah. This should be modal. If I misspell it, it won't work. Nope, that's not it. How about death? Nope, so we're gonna make a new issue. Players get stuck in death modal dialogue if hit twice. If hit after dying. So it's possible for two NPCs to strike a player at the same time, causing 2 hits if the first kills the player. The second still lands and is treated like a second death. This causes the front end to receive 2 notifications that the death dialogue should be shown. Death modal dialogue should be shown. This would be fine, except for the fact that the front end manages the dialogue state as a stack. So we end up with the death dialogue pushed onto the stack twice. The first respawn ends the top dialogue, but the second remains on the stack. Unfortunately, the player is no longer actually in a dialogue from the perspective of the backend, and so can't dismiss the dialogue anymore. Alright, long-winded explanation. I felt like it though, so submit that bug. I could work on that today too. I can add that to the plan. We can do that next. How about that? Issue number 1. There we go. We added it to the plan. Actually, that is after the one we're doing now. And in fact, I think I just fixed that. I just want to do a few more checks. So I should be able to what is it? Issue a change profile of another player, right? I can mask them. I can unmask them. Okay, that works. And then as a player, I should be able to change my own profile to, like, change my avatar. Okay, that works. It didn't break. The other one was what? Deleting the account. So I should be able to, as an admin, delete one of these spare accounts, like Raimu2. Deleted! That's weird. Did it delete it or not? It did not. Okay, is that broken now? Oh, we are getting the triple message though, right? Okay, the delete is possibly broken, so let's see that. Let's see that on the wire. Delete. Yes. It sent a delete account and did not receive anything back. I think it got ignored. Okay, so it's broken. Interesting that the change profile works though. So that works. And it comes back that it updated it. Oh, weird. Okay, so let's debug it. Might have to make another unit test for it. Oh, thank you for linking your account. Does that mean you show up in the list now? Did you create a new account? Oh, you did yesterday. I remember that, right. Oh, we had some other people create some accounts. I'll go ahead and unmask them. And okay the tickets. Close the tickets, in other words. Close, lock, close, lock. All right. What did I do in the delete? It would be profile, wouldn't it? delete. This is when it's executed. Here it is. Okay, this is don't need it anymore, but this should have gotten through, right? It reassigns player ID. We get it. It should have deleted it. Why did it not do it? I don't see anything obviously wrong. We send it as username, right? Double check. Oh, and I need to reload and try it again because we lost the context of it. Okay. Deleted. Username. Okay, so it is transmitted as username. We get it. We look up that player. It should then change the player ID. We'll get it again. It should not be 0, and so it should have done that. Why did it not? I should look at the game journal and see if it's actually queuing it or not. So let me take a look at that game journal. Stage, and then the latest game journal. Game journal. It's actually almost full, so it's going to recycle in a bit. And there it reset. Okay, and then I'll quickly hit delete again. Oh, there it is. Destroy player 14. Oh, I wonder if it's checking the client and server IDs on it. Right? That's what it is. So it's going to check to make sure that the player is actually logged into that client. It's going to say, "Oh, they're not logged in. We can't destroy the player." That's what it is. Your hand hurts? Can't hold the mouse anymore? You know what might have happened, like what was happening to me? You might have put too much pressure on a nerve, and it could be your posture. I had that problem where my chair was too high up, and I was starting to get tingly, like little fingers were tingly, and it's the ulnar nerve, putting too much bend or pressure on it, and so lowering my chair straightened out my wrists, and then the numbness or the tingling went away. So you can get the same thing with pain, right? Well, it's not exactly carpal tunnel. They call it ulnar nerve compression or something like that. It's similar, but yeah. All right. I'm gonna guess that the problem is in the executor. Delete account. Destroy player. Sorry about the barking. Yep, that's it. There's a check there. So I think we have to record. Well, actually, if it gets into the game, shouldn't we just always allow it? Why have this check here? Mousepad would fix it. Yeah, I have not only do I have a mousepad, I have a mousepad with a wrist rest. Say that really fast. And that helps like keep the wrist level and straight. And yeah, you definitely need to keep your wrists posture good. Otherwise, you will have pain and numbness and bad things. Yeah, I'm wondering, do I really need this check? Let me put a bookmark here. I don't need these other bookmarks anymore. What do I do for change profile? Let's set password. On change profile. Wait a minute. We have the same check there? How is the admin able to change the profile? It might be that the change profile is done separately. Oh, that's right. It's done separately. There's numerous ways you can change the profile. Yeah, so looking at these other places, it would be like mask player, right? Well, how does mask player work? No, that's change profile, right? So when I did like mask, it did change profile. Oh, but it might not be the same command. So I need to find that. Change profile make command. Oh, no, it's embedded in the command. Okay. So I bet the executor's looking at that. No, it doesn't. Why? From, do I even use this from admin? How does this work? Oh, look at that. We don't include the, no, yeah, it's not including the server and client ID in the command. If it's from an admin. So then it'll end up being 0 when it comes back to the executor. Change profile. Yeah, so it won't even go in there. Okay, that's how it works. So then I should do the same thing for destroy player, right? Oh, it had a similar check before, but we sabotaged it, didn't we? So in this destroy player, it should just have a from. Okay, I should just do the same thing that I do in change profile. Right, this had a from admin. Destroy player should have the same thing. The account deletion is requested by an administrator. So it's not required the player to be logged in, and that's it. There we go. That's what I want. So this will have its own test as well. So that's under test, command tests, change profile. Yes, I'm gonna probably have to do the same thing. Create not from admin, create from admin, right? And encode not from admin. And from admin, yeah, so derivatives of it. So destroy player. Not from admin. Let's make sure that looks the same. Yeah. And we should expect false. So expect false for that. Okay. And then from admin is different. From admin, let me guess, has no server or client ID. Wait a minute. It just has a player ID and from admin true. Okay. Yeah, just that. And then this should be true. And then, hold on. Do we check the other fields though? We do not. Okay. So these do not check them. Okay. So this is not from admin. So this needs to have, well, the default is false, right? Does the other test set it to false? It does not. And this sets it. Okay. So, alright, so that remains the same. And then this version of from admin will not look at those. Instead, it says from admin is true. And then, oh, the other one should have from admin false, shouldn't it? Right? Not from admin encode should have. Oh, that's interesting. So I didn't. So it's not actually encoded unless. Okay. Unless it is true. Yeah. Okay. We'll just do the same way. So then, well, these are the requirements have changed. Glad to test these things. All right. Show these tests in the test explorer. There's a lot of them. Run them all. Fail these new ones, right? Create from admin and code from admin. Okay. So this encode needs to look more like what this one encode does, like this. If it's from an admin, just destroy the player from admin true. Otherwise, that. Exactly. And then this one. There. Cool. How come it doesn't have to take from bool? Like, because it's not ambiguous, that's why. This is converting from a JSON value to a Boolean, but it's not ambiguous, so it's fine. All right, rerun the tests. So run again, they should pass. And then we're gonna have to change the executor now. From add, or do we? Maybe I don't. Let's just run the executor tests again. So it's all on how the command is encoded then. All right, okay. So then stop the cluster and start it again, and we'll try destroying Raimu 2 again. I'll have to test it from an admin and from not admin. Okay, caught up. Reload. And show everyone and delete Raimu 2. Actually, let's do the mask, unmask. Okay, delete, yes. Gosh darn it. Why didn't that work? Look at the game journal again. And then hit the command again. Delete, yes. There it is. No, it's still encoding it. Oh, we didn't set it. I'm just dumb. It's the evil clone. We're trying to destroy it, and it's not getting destroyed. So that would be, that's a problem in the how we're making the command. So destroy player profile. Delete account is what it's called. There we go. So delete account by player, by admin. So yeah, instead of checking these, actually, does the server ID matter? No, it should be it should just be that it's true. Command from admin. And then this other one should actually check that it's false. Expect, well, it's just this, right? Expect false instead of not equal to 0. Technically, the executor should also look at this flag, but I don't think it matters. Actually, it does matter. No, no, no. The command can't be constructed. I want to make sure that someone can't destroy someone else's account. It's not possible because there's a check made. All right. Forwarded to leader. This is if a normal player does it. And then forwarded from follower. Okay. Profile test. Yay. Let's fail some of them. Oh, those failed now too. Interesting. Oh, right. These fail for the same reason, actually. Go to it. It's not that it's equal to 0, it's that what? It's that it's from admin is true. Actually, no, wait a minute. Well, yeah, actually, what is the ID was 1? Oh, no, no, that's what I want, actually. So that's broken a different way. And then this is broken because of that. Okay, well, either way, I think this is wrong. This is still gonna fail. Yeah, let's make it true that it's from admin. This one the same thing, right? Client ID, IP address. All right, the is admin is not expected. Is admin false? That's true, right? It's forwarded from a player. Yeah, okay. Just out of curiosity, this one here, right, that I just changed, what is it if it's not 0? It was 1, right? Command pointer. Yeah, why is it 1? Oh, yeah, it shouldn't be 1. Well, it doesn't matter. When it gets encoded and put into the journal, it'll end up not getting written out. It'll be 0, right? The way I changed that? Or the way it was, this one? It'll, it won't actually serialize these at all. So it should be fine. Okay. So let's just fix this then. So, this is in profile. This one. Needs to be handled in a similar way to change profile make command. Yes, so it's setting this flag. So it's going to set these, it's just they're not going to get serialized. That's fine. So that need to do a similar thing there. Destroy player from admin true. There we go. Okay, this bug is taking a lot longer than I thought it would to fix. Okay, got two failures. Log forward is failing too? Shoot, a lot of things broken. Oh, again, the forwarding. We didn't expect. Nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition, right? Nobody expected the isadmin flag. And again, it's this forwarded one, right? It didn't expect isadmin false. Nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition. Run. Thank you. That's from Monty Python, by the way. The Spanish Inquisition joke. Thank you very much. I'll be here the rest of the day. Oh, client ID 1 is not what we should expect. This should expect true or from admin. Run. Cool. All right. Let's try again. Snapshot. Stop and start. Who'd have thought that Lua command results being spammed to the server? That bug would lead into so many of these other design problems. Okay, yeah, we're good. So, reload. Go to the list of players, find my evil twin, make sure that this still works. That works. Now delete. Now they're gone. Okay, now the other thing would be to log into one of these and self-delete. So let's try that. So log out. Login is Alex. Chickens. Remember me, yes. Oh, that's weird. Is it stuck? Oh, it's this bug. HTTPS localhost 8084. We have to... Oh no, that's working. So why is it not able to log me in? Ooh. Oh, the server 12 wasn't synchronized yet. And I would have gotten IP banned, so we had a leadership change. That's interesting. A leadership change causes that to happen. It'll cause a login hang up if you have a leadership change right when that happens. And I should probably write that down. How am I going to fix that, though? I guess we should try again. We should time out and try again. So, new issue. Leadership change during login causes the front end to stall. Label bug. It's yet another bug. Okay, anyway. What we wanted to test here is, can I delete my account? Where did I put? Here we go. Delete. I should fix this dialog box. It's way too big. In fact, let's put that in a new issue. Delete account dialog is way too wide. Bug. Confirm. Oh, wait a minute. Confirm. Doesn't work. Why can't I delete my account? What's going on now? Oh, it's still? We had an election timeout again. Oh, yeah, okay. There's a server synchronization problem. I need to make sure that the server is synchronized before I try this stuff out. Way too wide typo, did I? Aha. You're correct, sir. It's just a clever trick to see if you're still listening. The IP ban is probably related to that bug. Yeah. All right, when this happens, this is a bug in the Raft stuff that I haven't gotten to yet. It only happens when the cluster completely boots up And right now the workaround is to go onto the stage and delete the game journals. And then pick one server to be the one we trust and overwrite the snapshots of the other servers. Now they're in sync. It's like a forced synchronization of the cluster. Then they start up synchronized again. Yeah, I know, but I guess secretly in my subconscious, I'm hoping that I'll fix the bug so I won't need that script. It also doesn't take too long to do. If I wrote a script, it sort of legitimizes the workaround, doesn't it? Okay, Alex is logged in. Wait a minute. Is log? No, we're not logged in. Oh, logged in and logged out because the token doesn't match. Right, okay. Alex, chickens. Deleted. Gone. So it should have disappeared from this list. Yep, gone. All right, we're good. Automation makes life easier. Can't wait until Skynet replaces humans. Hey there, meme clear bombs. I've pulled you out of lurkerhood too. My evil plan is working. Okay, so one more test that I can compute. I can do a Lua command. Actually, let's do to error I. And that it doesn't show up. Oh, well, I need to have someone logged in here to test it. Let's try it again. So I can still say hi. Oh, I didn't fix that one. The triple message problem. That's a front-end thing. I'll get that in a second. This still says hi back 3 times, but if I say Lua return 2 + 2, Lua error hi, that does not appear here. Okay, so that's fixed. So to fix this triple thing, I wanted to do that in the middleware, I think. Back in the middleware, because that's really the only place that it was affecting me, right? It was here when we receive a chat message. Yeah, so I think what I'll do is I'll just keep a set of what chat ID messages we've seen. And let me think about this. So the problem is if you keep logged in, the set will grow indefinitely. I wonder if I could just cheese it and have like hold on to the last n messages or something. What state do I have in this middleware? I don't have any. This was a hack anyway. This is like saying ignore chat messages unless they come from the leader server. I guess I'll let the reducer handle it. The reducer's just, it's going to be a lot of work. Every chat message comes in, it's going to have to search to see if the message isn't in there. So back to the reducer we go. Session reducer. So it should only do this if the existing chat doesn't have that ID in it. So I guess we'll do a check, right? If state.chat.sum, what do we call it? Message, where message.id equals action.id, then return state. Otherwise, do all this stuff, right? Yeah, okay. So it's a little bit expensive. Actually, we'd only have to do that if we're not the admin, right? So we can just make it expensive for the GM only, and not everyone else, right? We can say I have a admin flag, don't I? Do I? I don't. Shoot. That's in a different reducer. It's like your princess is in another castle. That's in the admin reducer, actually. The key, right? Well, what if we spy on that? Yes, this admin start thing. In fact, I sort of recollect doing that somewhere else. Oh yeah, I did cheat in authentication. No, I didn't. I misremembered. But yeah, this will need to know that it was done, so, but it'll do it like this. Is admin true? In fact, I should probably use that in other places. So default to false, and if admin start action is done, we're an admin. Or treat it as if we should be an admin. So this should be only if not state is admin and that. All right, let's test it. So, don't need that anymore. Chat, hi. Didn't work. Let's look at the state and see why. Undock. Redux. State session. Is admin true? Okay. So, what's going on here? Oh, wait a minute. No, those have IDs. 389, 39. So, yeah, it didn't work. It might be backwards. Oh yeah, you're right. See, I told you Toulouse, you'd be scoring a lot of points. Toulouse is like my partner in crime here. Okay, hi. Works. Hello. Works. So Lua return 2 plus 2. 4. Doesn't get spammed. Lua, but if I did game chat, game to spam, this should go through. But not to the GM, because the game chat command doesn't actually work with the GM. That's a different problem. I'm okay with that. All right. I'm going to call this bug fixed and move on. In fact, I'm almost out of time anyway. You know, I thought I'd get more than 3 bugs done today. That's such as life, right? Toulouse does do a lot. That's why Toulouse, I think, is now number 2 on the leaderboard. Right? Aw, snap. Who's on the top now? Yep. Toulouse is solidly on this, catching up to Nui. Gotta watch out, Nui. Catching up to the number 1 spot. Back with sound now. Well, welcome back. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm running out of time. I have a slightly compressed schedule today, so I can't stream another, even half an hour. I can't do it. Catching up to Nui, that's right. Gotta watch out. Let me check this in, at least. Okay, I wanted to get more work done, but yeah, this bug was on this seemingly easy to fix bug turned out to be a big architectural change in the back end, but for the better, I think. This, I think I should check in separately. Command. Where is it? Oh, is they're together. Right, so this is specifically marked if it comes from the admin or not. If it is, it does not include the server and client ID. All right, okay, so destroy player. Distinguish whether admin, well, hold on. Distinguish whether this command came from an admin or a regular player. At least you have a somewhat related project to go play with after the stream. That's cool. Destroy player. Better identification of message source. All right, that's one thing. Now all of this is just adding the admin flag, right? Pretty much. So all of these, that one definitely. Yes. Yep. And yep. Yep. Wait, hold on. That last one. Did I double check everything? Yes. I shouldn't be so quick to hit that button. Okay. Config, yes. Evil macros, yes. I'm prejudiced against macros. Okay, this is somewhat. So that hunk and these two lines. This is the actual bug I wanted to change in the first place. And then, yeah, I'll just have that in its own commit is what I'll do. Hunk, hunk. Yes. Actually, what am I doing there? Oh, yeah, that's separate. So that line. Hold on. Did I do that right? On chat command? No, I didn't do it right. This is separate. Undo that one. Back to here again. It's just the admin flag. I don't think any of these changes actually... Oh, there's one. And this one. And that one. And that one. Hold on. Okay, I messed that one up. Yep, I'm mixing commits. Shoot. Unstage that. And that. And that. Keep that. Keep that. Keep that. Keep all of those. Unstage. Unstage. Okay, yeah. These all look okay to me, right? Yes. Okay. How does the bool is admin work? So the way it works is the function actually does get an argument, but this basically prevents you from using it. So it's because all of these commands have to conform to the same prototype, whether or not they need the argument or not. So this is just a one way to make sure that you don't accidentally use the parameter when by design for this function shouldn't need that parameter. It's just being extra strict. Like I think if you were running lint on this code and you didn't do that, you get a lint warning saying you have a parameter you're not using. So a way to quiet lint is to just comment out the name, and you keep the parameter, but you comment out the name. The parameter's still passed, you just never use it. Yeah, it's like underscore variable, exactly. And I think it's mostly for lint, to quiet lint. Alright. I'm just looking for the admin flag thing right now. So none of those. I'm gonna miss one, aren't I? This is maybe a fool's errand. These are all the admin flag. Okay, that one. And then here we're actually using it correctly. Hey, Chris. 3 months in a row. Mr. Sir, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Thank you for the support. Yeah, this goes with it, right? I'm getting hungry, though, my friends. I'm gonna have to end the stream soon. Okay, yeah, this is using that extra flag in the correct manner. Perfect. You guys should check out Chris's stream if you haven't seen it. I'm sure everyone here has seen it. But once again, I'll mention he made this chat overlay. It's in alpha testing right now. And the main feature about it is you can replace emotes that you want to make it whatever you want. And it's called a chat overlay as a service. So gonna have like premium features and all that. So that's what he's been developing along with the marketing site for it. He's an awesome web dev. If you have anything Angular, Vue, React, he knows them all. So his channel is the place to go if you have any questions about the web side of things. In fact, I ask him questions occasionally as well. Cause yeah, I'm new at this web stuff. I'm hoping I got everything right. I did a mistake in not committing between these two big changes. Destroy, yes. Actually, that went with the previous commit. We'll check that in separately. I'll do that next. Yes. Yes. Skip. Those go together, yes. And that's separate. Yes, okay, so all of these are add is admin flag to all client message handlers. Commit. Ka-chunk. And then this is add tests for, or update a test for destroy player command, right? Oh, you have to go, Cthulhu? See ya. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for being here. Okay, now these are all server client ID. I forgot why I had to include these. Oh, this is for the chat command stuff, right? So these probably all go together for fixing the actual bug. This is the actual test for it, yes. Okay. So, in fact, we'll pull in the front end changes as well. Yeah, we're going to pull all these in. So this is a fix issue number 180. Fix the issue that the result of the Lua command spams the entire server. So the bug was that there was essentially no way to direct the result of the Lua command execution back to the original GM. The solution is to pass along the server client IDs for the chat message, for chat messages, to the ultimate handler, so that the handler can use them to direct the response back to the original sender. There we go. Oh, and before I forget, this goes into the GitHub, right? And I already messed up on the line breaks, but that's okay. I should be looking at bug. What was this? 180. It's down here. Scroll. What? Okay, so this is comment and mark as awaiting release. And then I can commit that. Push that. What am I going to eat for lunch? I really don't have much to eat. Need to go to the grocery store soon. Don't have much food that isn't leftovers. I guess I'll end up eating leftovers. All right, so like the stream panels below show, I'm trying to have a different focus for every day. So tomorrow the focus is new game mechanics and features. So there's a lot of things to pick from. But what I would really like to do is back in the game here in the sewers underneath town, you see how you can basically see, there's no limit to how you can see, but this really should be dark. So I think I want to work on the new mechanic, which is light and visibility in the game. I want these torches to emit light so you can see those tiles, even if you're like all the way over here, you can still see over here. But if there's no torch, I want this to not even show up. As if the tiles didn't exist, it would just be black, right? So I'm going to work on that tomorrow, I think. Fog of War, yes. So light and visibility. So even if this was lit, you still wouldn't be able to see around this corner very well because of the wall in the way. So we'll try to prototype that at least tomorrow. That's going to be what I work on tomorrow, I think. That and maybe another mechanism I want to have is fencing, because I really don't like that these ogres are like deadly. I want them to be like the final boss, so to speak, of this area. I want them to stay in this little cave. I kind of want to make a fence that they can't go past here. So that might be something else I do tomorrow, is NPC fencing. Either by actually having hidden barriers for them, or more likely what I'll do is if they're not aggroed, they'll try to return to an area, and they'll path back to the area. I have to put pathing in there at some point. Until I put pathing in there, I guess they'll just try to go straight line towards their spawn area. So if they're out here, they'll just get stuck on this wall, which I guess is fine. But if they're not aggroed, they just won't. They'll get tethered essentially back and only wander around here and never go out here unless you pull them. Yeah, ray casting is kind of what I'm doing. I'm doing like Manhattan distance, and you try to travel along the longer axis first. So if it's way over here, it'll path to the right until it gets close and then go up or down. To do like true pathfinding, if you're over here, you have to like go up, right, and then down to get back here. So that's what I want them to do eventually. That you lose aggro around here, they should walk over here and then go up, right, and then down. And yeah, we'll have to add that to the game. All right. That's it for today, I think. I'm going to go find someone to raid. I had a much better day today. I'm tripping over my words still, but hey, I'm still working on that. I think the trick is to speak more slowly. I think my brain gets ahead of my mouth. There are a lot of people streaming right now. I have a lot to pick from. Oh wow, Markiplier streaming? He hardly ever streams this time. Not picking Markiplier though. Pick another game dev. Did I raid Tim last time? Maybe. Well, Honest Dan is going. He might not be going for much longer though. Let me listen in a little bit. Every time I stream him, every time I raid him, his stream is about ending. And he says, "Oh, hello raiders, I'm on my way out." And I have to wait for an ad. Thank you, Twitch ads. I'm supporting Twitch by watching an ad while I'm streaming. So ironic. At least I don't show you guys the ads. Oh, he's about to raid someone. Actually, what would be cool is if we found out who he's raiding and then raid them too. Who is he raiding though? I need to know. Okay, maybe I'll ask in his chat. Who are we raiding? Oh, okay, exactly. Okay, we're gonna do a simultaneous raid here. You ready? We're raiding twitch.tv/James Warner. Here we go. Let's try to do this. And I'll say, I'm raiding. Then I'll raid him too. All right, here we go. We're going to do a simultaneous raid. I've never tried to do this before. I got to time it just right. What I'll do is I'll say goodbye, and I'll hit the button right when he raids, okay? So thank you, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.